got made today.
Well, they're choosing not to go forward, right?
Fucking Paizo's doing their own open source license for Pathfinder. And Pathfinder's like the second biggest fucking thing out there next to D&D. And a couple of, I think one other. What's the other one? It's D&D, Pathfinder, and I think there's like a third. I think there's like a third runner up. I can't remember what it was. But Pathfinder and D&D are like the top two right now. Well, they've been the top two since 2009. But yeah, they announced their own. They're not jumping on the one with like Kobold Press and those other two. They're doing their own for their own system, and they're doing the same thing. They're making sure that theirs can't be revoked.
That's pretty stupid in Wizard of the Coast though, because
Oh my
having that
god,
open source, that's what made it like that's what
yo,
made the 20
they
system like
did,
so
yo, they did more than just shoot themselves in the foot. They shot themselves in the fucking like.
now they're gonna have more competition.
They shot themselves in the nuts. Was what they did.
They're gonna have more competition now
They
because now
cat
all these companies start
right.
making their own stuff. Yeah,
They fucking castrated themselves.
yeah.
And now there's a ton of people canceling their D&D Beyond subscriptions because they have they bought out D&D Beyond like maybe I think last year, and people use D&D Beyond to like create homebrew content for their games. You can subscribe and get like the D&D books as PDFs on there. You can put your character sheets on there. You can put a bunch of character sheets on there. Yeah, a lot of people are canceling that subscription. They already did actually. A ton of people already did. So many people did that the servers crashed. I went to go log in to check, and, and a beholder comes up and is like, "Oh, there's an error." Blah blah. I'm like, "Wow, their servers are fucking crowded right
Yeah.
now." It's crazy that they're pulling something like this. It's really for nothing more than just the greedy investors. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Money, as always. It's like, and I've been saying this. D&D got too big, and something's gonna happen, and it did. They got too big. It was better when it was like a smaller thing, and it wasn't so goddamn popular throughout the fucking like world now. I was like, yeah, they're all big and famous, and everybody and their mother wants to play D&D now, but that's not always a good thing. Because when something gets that big, then people get big heads, and they want a lot. They want more money. They want to wring. They want to squeeze to death the medium. They want to commercialize it and squeeze every ounce of what made it creative and what made it fun in the first place, just to get as much money as they can. I mean, this shit happens with video games. This shit happens with novels and when they make movies. This shit. It's a cycle.
When D&D makes a movie, it always has to be like revolving around thieves.
I noticed that.
The first one was a flop with Marlon Wayne with Thief. Like, who gives a shit about thieves? It's freaking Dungeons and Dragons. We care
And you know
about
what? I was gonna buy tickets and go to the theater and watch my kids because they play D&D and they were all excited. And I'm like, well,
Thief.
not putting money on that movie now. Not after this bullshit.
Dude, like what the hell, man? I mean, if you're gonna make a D&D movie, at least focus on the four core class: fighter, wizard. Yes, you could have your rogue there, thief, and what's the other one? Cleric. Like, what the hell? It's always like thief. Like they're not even like the most popular class to play with.
Actually, I don't even think a rogue is in there. It's a bard.
What is it called? Something thief then? It's called like thieves. Like,
Oh, honor amongst thieves.
yeah,
I'm trying to think if I'm trying to think if
I thought it was a movie about rogues, just like the
no
first D&D movie.
no the whole the no the party makeup for the movie is gonna be what? You should be in bed. What do you want? Oh. The party makeup in that movie is going to be a druid, a wizard, a barbarian, a bard. I think the bard's the leader. A bard, a fighter. No, is it a fighter? A bard, a fighter, and a paladin.
A bard fighter and a paladin. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a paladin in the group.
I still need a spellcaster though. I still need a
I think they got a wizard,
Okay.
and they're there's no cleric, but they got the druid in there.
That's good.
But it's set in the Forgotten Realms. I know the city of Neverwinter is going to be in there. They got to deal with a red wizard. And of course, there's some iconic monsters. I saw some clips of like a Displacer Beast, the black dragon that flies in there, shoots some acid. There's a mimic. The druid can turn into an owlbear, which kind of pissed a lot of people off because everybody was like, wait, 5th edition. Wait, if this is obviously based on 5th edition. They're like, druids can't turn into owlbears in 5th edition. So now you have all these people out there going to their DMs and they're like, hey, I want my druid to turn into an owlbear. Why the fuck can she do it? I knew that was going to happen. I saw the trailer. I called it right away. I was like, wait a second. That druid can't turn into an owlbear. What the fuck? Unless she casted a polymorph spell. Now that's different. But the thing is that she didn't cast a spell. She wild shaped. She wild shaped as a goddamn owlbear.
Oh.
The actress, the character that's playing the druid, I think it's an elf druid. Yeah, I think it's an elf. But yeah, I'm gonna wait till it's streaming. I'm gonna download that shit and watch it. I was gonna go to theaters, but I can't fucking support Witches of the Coast. This bullshit.
When does it come out?
March.
Oh, I'll just wait until it comes on some HBO.
Yeah,
Man.
I'm gonna just wait too. Fuck it. Nah, yeah, man. Fucking Witches of the Coast is so stupid. And the guy, the original. You know what's funny? The original guy that was in charge of Wizards of the Coast at the time that this license was created, and it's on their website from way back in the day. It was on. They had a FAQ on their website. The frequently asked questions, and one of the questions that was asked at the time, people are screenshotting this all over the place. One of the questions was like, hey, what if this gets revoked, or what if you turn back on this, blah blah blah, like what's gonna happen? And Ryan Dancy, who was in charge of Wizards of the Coast at the time, and thus he was in charge of putting this license through. He was like, no, that's not what we intended it to be. We intended this to be perpetual. We intended this to to last forever, pretty much. Like there's no, this is not something that's supposed to be like just taken back, just deauthorized, pretty much. And now he's for a long time he hasn't been CEO of Wizards. He had left way back, but he came out in public just recently and restated it. He's like, obviously I'm not in charge of Wizards anymore, but when we made this, because he was in charge of it, he's like, that was not the intent. It never was. So I'm gonna publicly speak out and say like what Wizards of the Coast is doing is fucked up because this was never what we intended when I was in charge. And he's like, and I made that clear while I was in charge. I made that very clear. Well, here's the thing: a lot of companies don't have, because Wizards of the Coast. Well, should I say Hasbro? Because Hasbro's the fucking the daddy company. They really thought this through because they're like, because they know they can be taken to court on this, and they know it would last a while, like a long while, and they know they got the money to pay for the lawyers for that shit, and they know all the other third-party companies out there, most of them are not that big, they're small to like maybe medium size. Most of them are small. They don't got the money for a prolonged fucking. Okay, the only one right now that actually would have that kind of money is Pathfinder. But even for them, that would be, hurting them in the long run to just sit there and fight it out in court this whole time. So Pathfinder, that was the thing they came out with recently. They said, you know what, we could. They actually said it. They stated it flat out. They were like, you know what, we could fight this, and we're pretty sure we would win, but they were like that's not even that it's like they're like in the long run that's just really gonna hurt our budget and finances, and it's not even gonna be worth it by the time it's all over. We're just gonna do our own license. Fuck it. And they said the only reason that they did because Pathfinder Second Edition, they didn't have to publish that under the OGL. It's separate enough from D&D now that it can be published under their new license because they've taken away a lot of the terminology and a lot of like some of the mechanics and stuff, to separate itself from Dungeons and Dragons. Like they don't call it like the troglodytes, the monster from D&D. They don't call them troglodytes in Pathfinder Second Edition. They changed the name to Zulgoths. And what else? They did a lot of name changes. They don't call Trents the tree fucking creatures. They don't call them Trents in Pathfinder Second Edition. They changed the name to arboreals. So you can see that even though they're keeping like the original vision of the creature, they changed the name so that there wouldn't be like a comparison, so they could kind of like step more away from them being like a kind of like a clone of D&D and more like their own thing. They did all that with Second Edition, and they said the only reason that they published under the OGL was because it was easier and cheaper. And I was like, okay, that makes sense. But they were like, we don't have to. They were like, we could take our Second Edition right now and we'll just do it on our new license. Well, they'd rather spend the money to just open up a new license and instead of just fighting in court against Wizards of the Coast for fucking 4 or 5 years or whatever. Because Wizards doesn't really have a lot of fucking like. I mean, it'd be a prolonged battle, but in the end, they're gonna be, a smart judge would obviously rule against Wizards of the Coast, but no company really wants to deal with that. They're like, fuck it, we'll just make it on. You just, Wizards of the Coast, good job. They were worried, they were upset that the competition was using this shit and they wanted a cut of the money. But now Wizards of the Coast has made it 10 times worse for themselves because they got all these other companies that are doing their own licenses that are completely open and they can't be revoked or deauthorized. And a lot of customers with Wizards of the Coast is like, all right, fuck you guys. We're gonna go to a different system now. Like we enjoy playing role playing games. We don't have to play Dungeons and Dragons. We'll just find something else that we enjoy. That's pretty much like what the majority of the consensus is with a lot of the customers. They're insane, man. I was like, I'm reading through this license shit. I'm like, this what? Oh my god! And I thought about taking some of the stuff that we do in our games and like making like a little book. I thought about like an NPC book for Forgotten Realms characters, but using our the characters that I've DM'd with you guys, and like selling it on like DM's Guild. But now there's no point because it's like if I do that, here's the thing: if you do that and Wizards of the Coast really likes what you wrote, they could just be like, all right, it's ours now, and you don't get shit. You can't sue us for it. You don't get any royalties for it, even though you created it. And I was like, wow, that's insane. That's insane. I think it was another stipulation was like if you use our OGL and you make more than 750K, then we take 25% of your revenue. I'm like, what? 25%?
Yeah, but if they make 700,000, you don't know how much of that is actual profit. I mean, some of that could be,
Right.
right, salaries, equipment, employee salaries,
Right.
overhead. So it's not like really like profit.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what I'm saying. It didn't even say profit. It said revenue, and I was like,
right?
what?
They gotta pay a lot of people.
These motherfuckers are crazy. What the hell is Wizards of the Coast doing?
I think they're gonna withdraw from that. I don't think they're gonna pursue that Wizard. They,
There's been another leak from an employee because they don't really treat their employees well either. Hasbro Wizards of the Coast management. They don't. Their employees fucking,
They,
you know,
they work there because they're fans, but not because they
there's
treat
a
them well.
there's a lot of turnover at Wizards of the Coast, and you know, a lot of the shit they can't say because of NDA shit, but some shit they can say, and it's very clear that it's been a downward. Like the best D&D has been like early Wizards of the Coast,
On TSR,
like early some parts of TSR, and then like early Wizards of the Coast, because towards the end of TSR, whew, the company ended up getting owned by Lorraine Williams, who didn't give a shit about the game. Right? She didn't give a shit about it. She didn't care about it. She didn't care about the customers. She just, I don't honestly don't even know why she fucking bought it. I guess she bought it and figured she'd make money off of it, but Lorraine Williams fucked TSR over so bad and put them into fucking huge amounts of debt, practically almost bankruptcy. It got to the point where Wizards of the Coast jumped in and, you know, bought them out, saved the day, and then Wizards of the Coast was having problems trying to turn D&D around and had their own little issues, and then Hasbro came along and was like, we'll help you out, and bought Wizards of the Coast out. But they left Wizards of the Coast kind of pretty much autonomous for like in like the early stages, you know. You know, they came out with third edition, and then you know, and you know that fucking exploded, right? And then it's just like it's a situation where like Hasbro kept the way I think it was the way I think it's been happening is that Hasbro kept poking its nose in the company and going, "Hey, we'd like you to make more money. We don't give a fuck how you do it. We want more money." And I think every instance that Hasbro poked their fucking nose into Wizards of the Coast's business, um, that's when you started to see like these sudden changes. You know, they went from dropping 3.5 and getting into fourth edition, which the mechanics of fourth edition a lot of people hated. It was garbage. It was, I mean, it was very much like a video game. It was like they were trying to appeal to a certain demographic, but in the you know, in the wrong way, and at the same time alienating most of their other customers. I always crack jokes. I'm like, man, you got fourth edition. They took the level. They took the levels from like 1 to 30, right? But I'm like, I'm laughing because I'm, you know, because I know the rules. I read them, and I'm looking. I'm like, are you kidding me? How are you gonna consider 30th level like epic level shit where you're fighting like planar fucking entities and shit like that? But my 30th level wizard can only do fireball um, once a day. But I can, if I chose the Archmage Paragon path, I could do it twice a day. I'm like, this is some stupid streamlined shit. I'm like, they nerfed the fuck out of Magic in fourth edition. Holy shit, they nerfed it.
imagine like the D&D based novels that they wrote during that time era.
Oh my
They
god.
totally empower the spellcasters. Like what the hell?
Nerfed is all hell. I was like, wait, what? This is how it is from levels 1 through 30? This looks like it'd get boring after like fucking after like level 10. I'd be bored out my ass. And you know, and then why would I want to get to level 30? Ooh, I still can only do fireball once a day as a fucking 30th level epic fucking archmage. Oh no, wait, twice if I'm an archmage. Oh my god. I was like, hey, you know, I mean, you know, it's spiraled. And one of the big reasons fourth edition spiral is because they made a new license. They obviously kept the old one, and but they made a new one just for fourth edition called the GSL, the gaming system license. The problem was is that they restricted the fuck out of the GSL that no third party company really wanted to have anything to do with it. There was very few third party companies that did anything fourth edition. They didn't like how restrictive the fucking license was. I think Kobo Press did some fourth edition shit for a little while, and then they stopped. They were like, nah, this is too restrictive. Kind of fucked. That was one of the big things that fucked fourth edition over. You know, and Paizo looked at the GSL and they were like, nah, we're not doing fourth edition either. But since you left the OGL open, we're just going to use the OGL and we're just going to make Pathfinder. We're just going to pretty much do like an upgrade of 3.5. And look what happened. They fucking exploded. They were whooping fourth edition's ass in their quarterly sales for like 5 years straight. And then that's when Wizards, Hasbro came in. What the fuck is going on? They're like, all right, we're gonna go back to the OGL. We're gonna make 5th edition, and we're gonna make sure, you know, and they hyped up 5th edition, and then you got some very very prominent RPG streamers like Matt Mercer and the people of Dimension 20. They hyped up 5th edition. 5th edition got a lot of marketing. Really, it got a ton of marketing, and that was like really boosted its fucking sales.
Yeah, I hope not. Yeah.
And now like Wizards of the Coast is doing like they're not calling it 6th edition, and they're not really calling it 5.5, but it kind of really is like a 5.5. They're calling it 1D&D. It's gonna be like the one edition to rule them all, pretty much. And it's gonna be like they're not doing, according to them, they're not doing any more editions. This is gonna be like the final version of like Dungeons and Dragons, but it's gonna be like an edition where it's gonna be where like they're constantly like updating it, kind of like software. Like
it's like a live service.
Yeah, like if certain rules need to be if certain rules need to be updated or clarified, they're gonna do it right there on the spot.
What, like a 6th edition?
They're turning it into a live service.
Pretty much. I mean, but yeah, they're revoking the fucking. Oh my god! I was like, this is insane. This is crazy. Oh well.
Like I said, it doesn't really affect us. We have enough material to last us like.
That's what I'm saying. Like we have way more than enough material coming from like.
We don't even have the time.
Coming right. We got enough material from like 3 editions of D&D. We got from Pathfinder, and then we got third-party products on top of that. We're good. But like,
I'm trying to play Planescape. Okay, listen. I want to sigil. Okay.
We're in Planescape right now.
Planescape? No, he wants like he wants like the setting, like
I want
a
the
pure
setting.
Oh, like start out in the planes.
A pure Planescape setting.
What are we doing right now?
Planescape. Man, you picked my favorite setting.
This is the first, like, I've never been so enthralled by a setting.
This group.
When'd you start reading up on it?
Planes.
That was out of all the campaigns that we've done, Planescape was the one we played the most. We didn't really do Forgotten Realms until like 2nd edition was almost over, and then like we ended up doing Forgotten Realms when 3rd edition came out. But yeah, Planescape was like most of our 2nd edition shit. Ravenloft was the other one, and I'm not happy with what they did with Ravenloft in 5th edition. Holy shit. 5th edition. I'm looking at it. It's basically fucking Scooby-Doo shit. It's Scooby-Doo. I'm like, this is not fucking.
He's a Scooby-Doo.
This is not Ravenloft. And I mean, I hate to say it was too PC, but that shit was too PC. I mean, they were so scared of doing anything like like insanity and then like mental illnesses and shit like that. They don't have anything like that in 5e Ravenloft. They have a stress score. That's how stressed you are. I'm like, this ain't Ravenloft. Ravenloft is half of Ravenloft was like the horror. Half of Ravenloft was your character seeing being right. Ravenloft was about like
insanity shit,
like some dark shit happening in your character, and they are mentally damaged because of it.
It's like Arkham Asylum type shit on steroid. Like Joker is like lame in comparison in this type of comparison. You be seeing like some fucked up shit.
You look at those Ravenloft adventure modules. These motherfuckers is like, okay, in this scenario, all this shit happens, and you're sitting there like, what? And then at the end of the fucking thing, they're like, all right, have your characters roll horror checks, and it's like, if they failed the horror checks, they had a list of like different reactions. One was obsession, where like your character was like, he was so horrified by the event that they developed an obsession. They can't think. They're constantly thinking about it. Your character's constantly talking about it. Your character like is distracted, but from thinking about it. Like I'm like,
a ghost touches you and you age like 10, 20 years, and you're like, what the hell?
What
I
other
was a
shit?
17-year-old
They
character.
had
Now,
like,
now I'm 40 years old.
what
Got
else did
touched.
they shit in there?
In a second.
They had schizophrenia. They had like,
Oh, they had a lot of mental illness type stuff.
yeah, they had a lot of that. Especially when you when your characters had to roll the madness checks. It was like,
Madness
ooh.
check, yeah. Now that would be like a trigger stuff. And like, you can't do that.
I remember with Pagan's character when he was putting that when the party was captured by what was his name?
His
Doctor
character was, yeah, his character.
Doctor.
Those were the surreal vampires. And he went crazy, and then he started freaking casting freaking fireball, flame strike on freaking all of us, stuck in a freaking coffin, almost killed us too.
Yo, Ravenloft, Antonio Ravenloft is so fucking crazy.
Yeah, he'll turn like party members against other party members.
These guys went on an adventure. They had to get on a ship, right? They get on the ship, and then they're like,
it turns out being a whole bunch of vampires.
They didn't know the ship they were on was a ship of not just vampires, cerebral vampires, which can actually walk around during the day. They don't they don't turn into bats. They turn into seagulls, and they don't drink blood. They drink spinal fluid from the back of your fucking neck. And it was the spinal fluid or brain fluid? It was the brain. It was cerebral fluid.
Yeah, that's why they call cerebral vampires.
The cerebral fluid. So anyway, they're servants of this mad Dark Lord that lives on an island, and Dark Lord's like a mad scientist kind of fucking character who owns this asylum, and of course he's like experimenting on all his fucking patients in the most sadistic fucking crazy ways. These guys were captured by the fucking cerebral vampires, taken to this island, and were experimented on. I remember what they did with Pagan's character. They put his character in the room, and they locked him down onto the table. And I think it was a completely dark room, and he had it set up where like every time there was a flash of light in the room, he would also get zapped with like a bunch of electricity. And that went on for a while, and it was like they would like have the character roll a madness check. I think he rolled it and he failed, and he ended up getting like a phobia to like lightning and like flashing bright lights. He ended up like his character ended up developing like a phobia for that. And like every time anything like that, like if he was in a room and suddenly the light went on, I think he would have to roll like a fear check. And if he failed a fear check, obviously like
They have so many levels of fear check. They have fear checks.
Horror, madness.
Madness check. I'm like, what the hell? So many stuff to nothing.
And I think I remember you guys walked into one room, and Calypso had failed a horror check. Calypso failed one, and I think Tusk almost failed one. They walked into the room, and there was two cerebral vampires passing a body around like it was a ragged fucking like it was a rag doll. This body, they were passing to each other back and forth, just sucking the brain fluid out of them. And the thing was like, have the characters that witnessed this, roll a horror check. I was like, oh shit. So these guys had to roll a fucking horror check. I think Calypso failed, and he was the one that got obsession. And he like, I had to play him where he was just constantly talking about it and constantly like annoying the fuck out of everybody with it. Oh my god.
Yo, you saw that brain oozing out of that guy?
Right.
Literally a straw in there. They were just slurping it off. It's obsessive. Manic compulsive disorder. Just talking about that all the time.
That was Ravenloft, man. But I'm looking through 5 of Ravenloft. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah.
Like, okay, you know the story of Van Richten, right? His son was killed.
Yeah.
And
I mean, that's what motivated him to become.
I mean, his son became a vampire. He chased to go find his son and found his son. His son was turned to a vampire. His son wanted to fucking not live that life, so his dad was forced to kill him, right? And so that was that. But here's the thing, though. That was that. Like, he killed his son, and like ever since, Van Richten became a monster hunter. He killed Barometus, the guy that turned his son to a vampire, and he spent the rest of his life becoming a monster hunter. Fucking. He was the Van Helsing of fucking Ravenloft, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
And, and they left it at that.
Lawful
You
is
know,
peace.
they left it at that because it was tragic, and that tragedy needs to stick. You shouldn't be fucking with it. You go to read the 5e Ravenloft, they have it where this guy's son
And it's a ghost, a
is
friendly
back
ghost.
is back as like fucking Casper the Friendly
That's for
Ghost.
the friendly ghost. Yeah, I saw that shit.
I was like, are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah.
There's nothing horror in this at all. This is fucking Scooby Doo.
Why would that
This is
motivate?
not Ravenloft.
All
And
right,
you're shoveling this shit to an
all right,
entire
let's do it this way.
generation of fucking gamers out there. And I'm
Look at this.
like, what the fuck?
You know, like the trauma that Batman had when his parents got killed as a kid.
Yeah.
That made him he is Batman.
Yeah.
In the original Ravenloft, that was like the tragic thing that happened to Van Richten. His
Right.
son got killed by a
Oh,
vampire.
hell yeah.
This dude became like dark, like he became like Batman of that world.
Basically.
Of Van Helsing.
He wrote,
But now, if your son is a talking ghost, happy, how would that motivate you to become that dark and brooding and try to, your son is, because usually when you become a ghost, you become evil or whatever.
Right.
But his ghost,
It's not even like he came back as like a vengeful ghost trying to kill his dad.
Or
Or, you know,
he's immortal.
this motherfucker's flying around like, what up, Dad? Hi. You need any help today fighting the Lich?
I'll go scout for you, Dad.
Yeah, let me go scout for you, Dad. Let's go.
Yeah, oh, careful there.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that? when did Ravenloft become a fucking Saturday morning cartoon? I'm like, what the fuck is this shit?
Casper, the friendly ghost.
Oh my god, that's why the last campaign book that's coming out at the end of 2023. Man, I am gonna rant. I'm gonna rant so hard.
I hope Strahd
The last book that they're coming out is fucking Planescape.
I hope Strahd is still OP.
5e Planescape is gonna be butchered so terribly.
Yeah, be careful what you wait for.
Oh my
You guys don't want
they already fucked up Spelljammer. A lot of people hated that. A lot of people.
Spelljammer was terrible.
I'm looking at the Spelljammer book like
I don't know.
they don't got shit in here. They just what the fuck?
I really don't know how Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition is so popular.
It's popular because they're catering to a casual crowd. That's really it. That's really all it is. They're catering to a crowd that's like, oh, I want to play D&D, and they just want to walk in, play a game of D&D, and be like, yay! Like that's their crowd. That is their fucking crowd. That's it. I want to play D&D because it's so cool now. Because Matt Mercer fucking plays it.
I feel limited playing.
D&D? Nah.
I haven't played 5th edition in a long time, but I felt limited in 5th edition.
Yo,
32 pages.
Playing a character like trying to.
it's D&D and it's D&D in easy mode. It's easy mode D&D. Like,
bro, look how long it takes for us to find rules.
Yeah. You know our characters that we have, like in this party.
Well,
like,
granted, that's because I'm one of those DMs that like.
Let's say like my wizard, it's impossible to create in 5th edition. There's no way. No matter how you multi-class, it's impossible to create.
Well, no, you can't recreate them with that much detail. There's not. There's less detail. There's less everything. It's
at least 5th edition. At least I'll give them this though. Even though at least they still have the spellcasting system that wizards could go up to like level 9 spells. Yes, only one level 7 spell per day, but or one level 8 spell per day. But at least they still have that magnitude of power. But
then they gave it a bards. Bards got 9th level spells now. What the fuck?
Oh yeah. Whoa.
What?
Yeah, crazy, yeah.
What?
Crazy.
Oh my god. Paladins can be any alignment. What? That's not a paladin.
I don't like that.
Paladins are lawful good. The end of the story. The end. There's no.
Call them something else.
Right.
This guy good. Call him
right.
Crusader.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Yeah, no, I point this shit out to people all the time. I'm like, all the paladin is a fucking when you make a paladin, it's just just a reskin fucking alignment now. You're just wearing a skin. It's not even like there's nothing unique about it. I'm a paladin. I'm lawful good. I'm a paladin also, but I'm chaotic neutral. Like this doesn't even fucking matter anymore. The alignment doesn't even really matter anymore. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? And I point people. There's people I've been pointing. I'm like, no, you want to see real champions of certain alignments. Paladin is lawful good, and always to me will always be lawful good, and should always stay lawful good. That's paladin. Here they got a whole book on a fucking paladin code in 2nd edition. But you go to 1st edition, there's a Dragon magazine issue. You go to Dragon magazine issue. They had way back in first. I forgot what year, 79, 80, I think. There's an article. They had an article where they're like, oh, cool, you want paladins of like other alignments? Well, first of all, here they are. And we're gonna write. They're gonna each have a different fucking name because that's how it should be. They're gonna represent each of these alignments, and guess what? We're gonna write out their class stats, and they're gonna be completely unique from each other. You know, it's like the paladin with the lawful neutral stuff. Like I'm looking at the abilities that they gave it, and it was like, some of it was obviously like a lawful version of like the paladin. But then they had abilities that were very unique just to the lawful neutral, and it wasn't called paladin. I forgot the name. They had some pretty wild names. I can't
I
remember.
think they created something like that also in third edition with Unearthed Arcana. They had like a.
I mean, the only non-paladin that I accept the way it is the anti-paladin. I have no problems with the anti-paladin. It's just the opposite of fucking paladin. I'm cool with
I consider them like a dark paladin, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Yeah, I mean,
if I were to make but then again, it's like more evil theme. If I were to make, but I would love because it's still lawful though. I like that. I like that about the anti-paladin. Right, they're lawful evil, correct?
Chaotic evil.
Oh, chaotic evil. Yeah. If I were to play like an evil campaign and I'm playing anti-paladin, I would just rename the class. I mean, just for fluff. I would consider it Dark Paladin. I just like the way Dark Paladin sounds better than anti-paladin.
All right.
I'll be Dark Paladin. It's almost like a Dark Knight. You know, like in Final Fantasy, Dark Knight. Be like the Dark Paladin. That shit sounds good. I like the theme for that anti. It's almost like a Dark Knight for the anti-paladin. Because they got this fear aura, which is OP. Paladins, normal paladins are immune to fear. They're fearless. However, not to an anti-paladin's fear aura. So I thought that's kind of unique of that Dark Paladin.
Oh, you're talking about the one that the Pathfinder anti-paladin.
Pathfinder, yeah.
Oh hell yeah, the Pathfinder anti-paladin.
They really do give a good challenge to it.
That's what what's his name? Alurad, right here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Because I saw that, I'm like, I need a villain that's an anti-paladin. This shit is fucking. I'm like, what? His aura gets rid of immunity to fear. This is perfect.
I like that ability. It's so unique. I don't see no one else that could pierce someone's like immunity to fear.
No, it really isn't a lot. Yeah, very very few things.
Paladins are like one of those classes. Like, I'm fearless. Nobody could pair. Not an anti-paladin. Anti-paladin could come over here.
Or even immunity to fear in general. There's not a lot of abilities that break through that. That's what's
not a lot of abilities, but they're unique in that regards. That tells you how fearful.
I think that there was like 2 prestige classes that I saw. One of them was a prestige class. It was something.
I wish that class was like chaotic neutral.
It was like a 5-level prestige class. It was called something Witch, Dread Witch. It was called Dread Witch. It was a prestige class. I think the 5th level ability was like when you cast fear spells, it bypasses the fear. Yeah, I can't remember the other one, but I know that prestige class had that.
The Dreadful Witch.
I'm like, I would hope so. I mean, why would you want to enter a prestige class that's based on fear magic, and then you can't even fucking use it on like 90% of the enemies when you get to high level anyway?
Right.
It's like, you got motherfuckers, that immune to fear, immune to this, or they just cast a spell and they're suddenly immune to it. And then you got to go through the bullshit of let me dispel your fucking abjuration and then make you afraid.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, it's crazy. Well, that's funny that the acronym for Pathfinder's new license is ORC.
ORC.
It's ORC. Everyone's like, the reign of wizards has ended. Long live ORC. I'm like, oh shit, these motherfuckers. But yeah.
Yeah, you could be.
It's the end of an era for fucking D&D.
Once you're a hero for a long time, and if your life is too long, what's the saying? Like if you're a hero but you live too long, you'll become like the villain.
Right.
That's D&D. D&D was a pioneer. They made it mainstream for RPGs worldwide for the last couple of decades.
Hold on. What, Tony?
no one can fucking play D&D now. They're gonna ruin Planescape. He's like, that's the end of it.
They've been alive so long that
Oh,
you
I'm saying
can't
it's
get
the
rid of
end.
it.
It's just I'm saying it's just the end of an era. They fucked themselves so hard.
Yeah, they're the villains now. They're the big company now. They're the one bullying everyone else.
All the more reason for us to start a campaign based in Sigil. I'm just saying, time
That's
is
not a
due.
bad idea. It's been a while. It's been a
I don't
long time since I DM
I don't
just a straight Planescape
The
campaign.
plane's very
And
interesting.
honestly, there's a lot of those Planescape adventures.
I gotta
Man,
start riding the planes.
those
Back
Those Planescape adventures, top notch adventures. Man, I'm sitting here like, yo, these are the best written fucking adventures in all of D&D.
These factions are.
These fucking Planescape adventures, man. I want to
Yeah,
run those. And what's good is that like, this is why first, second, and third is my thing because like I'm looking through these second edition adventure modules. I'm like, I can convert this easily to third edition. This is not hard at all.
I think it's the factions that stood out the most. Like they're fucking detailed as shit.
Oh
Yeah,
hell
they're cool.
yeah, the factions. I think what got me attracted was the artwork, right? I'm like, okay, this looks pretty wild. What the fuck is Planescape? Me and Matt got it as a gift. I don't even remember Joseph Fiorello back in high school.
Yeah.
Okay, so his sister got him a Planescape box because she found out he was playing D&D with us. She didn't know what the fuck it was. She was just like, "Oh, it's D&D. I'm gonna get this from." So she gets the campaign setting itself, right? She gets Planescape. The box set has the book to Sigil, has the book to the Outer Planes, whatever. It has the poster maps. I miss the poster maps, but fucking had all that, and then we go and he shows us, and we're looking at this like, this is D&D, because we're looking at the art like, we're not used to this kind of art, but this is pretty wild. And he's like, yeah, this is Dungeons and Super. Oh, okay, we're like, oh, this is what the fuck is Planescape? And he opens up the poster map, and it shows the outer planes, it shows the astral plane, it shows the material. But we didn't understand any of that shit. We're looking at this shit like, what kind of?
I didn't know it was
What the fuck is a plane? What is this? Like, what inner elemental plane?
We didn't know what
We
that
didn't
concept
know
was.
what the fuck. So we kind of forgot about it after a while, and then Joseph was like, I think for some reason he stopped. We couldn't. I can't remember what it was. We played D&D for a while with him, and then we stopped. And I can't remember why. But he was like, hey, do you want this? He's like, I have no use for this. You guys want it since you guys still playing D&D. We're like, yeah, sure, fuck it. So he gives us the box set, and I bring it home, and I start reading through it, and I was like, oh, this is Planescape. Oh, I understand what this is. And I'm just reading. I ate that whole shit up in a whole weekend. I go to Matt. I was like, yo, here, and I gave it to him for him to read, and he read it all, and we were like, yo, this sounds pretty dope. Like, where you can travel, what's this, Diablo? We can go to the 9 hells and fight devils and shit. Oh my, yo, we were that was how Planescape started for us. We made Planescape characters, and fucking, I started running Planescape, and like, shit, I forgot about that because we had a homebrew world before that. We had Solistais. Me and Matt were making our own homebrew world, and we totally forgot about it. Went to Planescape. But anyway, yeah.
One of my last characters in Planescape was this samurai I had. I still remember his name, Sakimoto Ninja Star.
That was in Planescape? I thought the last one you had was your Dark Knight from Dragonlance.
No, it was that one was before he got killed. Oh. And then with a different character. I don't know if it was like with Matt's Ninja.
I remember Sakimoto, yeah.
Sakimoto Ninja Star, yeah, because he was gonna be like a demon hunter.
I guess, yeah. Because I remember bringing everybody. I remember I ended up dumping all the characters.
And I remember, Planescape. I don't know. Wow, I even remember like the name of his katana, the silver kata.
Yep. But anyway.
He only got like to level 3, I think. Yeah. No, yeah, my Dark Knight, that guy didn't even make it past level 1. He got like, I think he's like, I don't know. He got pissed off at a Maladias or something like that.
You pissed off a Maladias.
Yeah, and then that Maladias rolled a 20.
And a Maladias was just like, I think I did roll a 20, and it was like, damn.
That was like my character.
And it was like, and he has a Vorpal weapon, or where your head's going.
Yeah. I'm like, damn, man,
Yo,
like,
what?
I'm level 1 and
Yo,
like
I was
15 over here. What the fuck?
I was ruthless. I was
Yo, you need to put us in the newbie area.
I was sending the craziest shit at the Pagan. You know how much he loves Sephiroth. And you know when he made his character Sephiroth.
Oh, it was with that group that he was gonna be with, I think.
So no, so there was a fight. There was a fight that him and Matt's character Raph they were in. They were in Sigil, and they ended up fighting these. I had this group of Abishai. They're like devils based off of they were like dragon devils based off of like Tiamat. But there was I used all 5 of them. Was it 5 or 3? I think it was 3 because they only had red, green, and blue at the time. So I had these 3, and I was basing them off like the Turks from Final Fantasy VII.
Oh, nice.
So anyway, I had them. They were always fucking with these guys. So I had it where they were in a fight, and they're fighting them. And you remember the critical hit tables from Player's Option?
Yeah.
So one of them got a critical hit on Sephiroth, and I rolled, and it's got a critical hit on his head. I was like, okay, now I got to see the severity of the critical hit. So I rolled the severity, and the critical hit said, a major wound, and that like I think like it dropped. The wound was so heavy, like he took such a blow to the head, like I think it would have dropped his. It was like major bleeding, and I can't remember if it like dealt mental stat damage, because I know the higher ones did, like you could get intelligence damage and shit like that. But it might have been his charisma. I think it like lowered his intelligence, wisdom, and charisma by like a point or some shit like that. I can't remember. I just remember like that was what I rolled. But he was so infatuated with like making sure Sephiroth stayed like pretty boy looking, right? Stayed untouched, untouched with like his face. That like when I had described like what happened to his character's head, he got pissed. He grabbed his character sheet and he crumbled it up and he threw it into the fucking wastebasket. He's like, nah, fuck you, Lewis. You made my guy looking ugly. That's not Sephiroth. Da 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 da. That's not how Sephiroth's supposed to be. Fuck you, Lewis. I can't believe this shit. Da da da. He was mad. I'm like, how are you mad at me? We were in high school, of course, so got mad over tiniest shit.
I definitely see that.
But yeah, I couldn't believe it. His character sheet was pristine looking. He even like had the Sephiroth an image that he found online. This fan art that had like Sephiroth with like it was like one white wing and one black wing, and it was cool looking art. It was awesome. He printed it and cut it out and he stapled it to his character sheet. That was on it. Like, and his character sheet was perfectly pristine. Without hesitation, he crumbled it up and threw it in the fucking trash. So upset that his character's charisma score went down because he had the highest charisma. He had like 20 fucking charisma, some shit like that.
He was more focused on being a pretty boy. Take away my arms, but not the face. Break the sword.
Oh my god! I mean, I had to walk back like what happened to his character, and he calmed down later and he took his seat back out.
It's all crumpled and shit now.
Yeah. BM had a fudge, do a flash forward paradox.
Well, yeah, I mean that.
First time.
I was both ruthless and very lenient at the same time in my youthful DM days. Nowadays, I don't give a nowadays, I'm like, what? I'm like, oh well, you gotta fuck, if that shit happened, I'm like, oh well, I guess your character's fucking dead. You crumble it away. All right, anyway. Moving on.
They like put me behind like a purpose.
Will bring you back.
Anyway, where's Watson?
I don't know.
Just waiting.
Yeah,
he's just sitting there off camera, like, what the fuck? I'm like, where the fuck is he?
Is he there?
Yeah, he's there. He's just off camera. All right, so.
No, he been there off camera since 10:30 though. Is he there? Maybe he fell asleep.
No. He's there. He just said it. I just heard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I have to refresh then. I don't see him at all. Let me refresh.
Oh, yeah, no. Let's just see his chair.
Oh, now I see the video.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's get to the last thing that happened here. round 7, Orbis. Oh, we started this at the top of the round? Yeah. I think the last thing that happened was, okay, yeah. Where's fucking... I don't even think I finished the... Did I finish the whole... I know DV went. He went towards Miracle. He used the magic, the cube that encapsulated him in anti-magic fucking wall of force shit. And then, man, did I have the Carnivus fucking demon go? The Carnivus demon. Fuck, what was the theme of the goddamn? Oh, closure. That's what it was. Okay, yeah. Suppressing. In the areas versus suppressing creatures that are affected. Atmosphere force surrounds the field, including its immunity to spell magic and vulnerability to spirit. Would the sphere also be vulnerable to a disintegrate, though?
What sphere?
That enclosure. Mage's destruction will can be demonstrated spells except for disintegrate, which automatically destroys it. Okay, I know Wall of Force says but disintegrate destroys it, but does excellent enclosure get destroyed by disintegrate? Always, including its immunity to spell. Wow, I have no fucking clue. So I have to find that another time. Well. The fuck is that? This shit.
I was looking at this Dungeon and Dragon Online game that came out back in 2012.
God, that game is old.
I know. Is that any good? Was that any good or no?
It was for a time.
Okay, I don't think I had these characters go yet. No, I didn't. I stopped at D-Read, I think. Okay. I remember. Hexavog did go. He went down to try and grab that receptacle. Only
I remember there was something floating. I guess
yeah,
someone
he
has.
went to grab the receptacle only for it to get snatched by something invisible and undetectable, and it got flown straight into the cage. And I think it was Claudius and Metzor that was able to somewhat perceive that what was actually causing the thing to move towards the cage was an invisible creature, although they weren't sure what. I couldn't detect what. They just knew.
Yeah, the
Just
perception
knew
is
it was
there.
there.
Meswell got a 42 perception and Claudia's 41.
Yeah. And that's right, flew into the cage, which allowed the rest of the souls to permeate throughout that cage. In the meantime, Shebeleth and the Demon Flesh go. Okay, so Shebeleth.
Wait, so the scepter with the souls, it hit the cage, or it's about to?
No, it did. It hit the cage.
So what happened to like the souls that are theirs? Are they
So like
gone?
it, you can somewhat see them merging like into the cage and swirling violently all around the form of Addie Marcus, right?
So what happens? That means the souls are gonna be destroyed. That means like that's it. They're done. They can't be rescued.
Your characters can still see them. It doesn't look like they've been like destroyed or absorbed but that's the conclusion is that if um he's supposed to be able to use the souls that's been used, these particular souls that have the sign of Carceri, um that were used in this, this grand ritual, to be like the source of the power that he would need to break out of his imprisonment and return back to Acidipus, the Abyss, um, to regain his power and to reign. Um, so as it's swirling violently around him, your characters can make out the even massive cracks into the cage. To the point where like it looks so brittle, it's about to just shatter. Um, and he's in there shifting between his bestial, maddening form that's wielding that well doesn't yeah that appears to be like wielding like a dark ashen kind of blade, between that and like his more angelic yet extremely otherworldly, alien, and intimidating form that seems to carry like a hold in hand like some kind of like a golden whip, and the body covered in like these golden sigil tattoos. Um, it's like shifting between those two forms in a chaotic manner. Um, Shibboleth. Which one's Shibboleth? Okay, that's the archivist. Shibboleth is where is it? Okay, it's over there. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Shibboleth. What am I gonna have Shibboleth do? Drama. Claudius. Zino's there. Did he ever? He got his rifle back, right?
Hmm. He moved up, right? That means it's by his foot. I don't know if he picked it up. don't know if he did or not. The Sino has Scarlet again or no?
I believe I picked that up.
Okay, I thought he did. Okay, well then.
Wouldn't I have to? I would have to sheath the musket first, right? Before I used it, right?
Yeah.
Still have that in my hand.
My man said sheath.
You could drop. you could drop the musket. That's
You ain't sheathing no musket, bro. You gotta holster that hoe.
Host that bad boy. Yeah, I would have to holster it, right?
that's a move action, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a move action, but it's a free action to.
Drop it.
To
You only got shit.
drop,
That's fun.
drop it or draw it. I mean, just drop it.
Yeah, I would drop it because
Drop
if
that
someone
shit.
trying
Yeah.
to go for it in front of you, I mean, that's an attack of opportunity for somebody near you. So I don't think they're gonna risk it.
Good point.
Yeah. Not only that way you have all your attacks.
That's a good point. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
drop it.
How would you drop that shit? It's a
It wasn't useful anyways. Fucking mod.
third- I mean, it's a good
Where
backup.
I got it from.
Good backup weapon though.
I have a blunderbuss too. I want to use too.
It's a good backup weapon. So it got us out of this mess.
Yeah, it did.
I mean, you
served for sure.
you say Claudius Sinal because he was like stuck with that creature. You like sharpshoot it, freedom. So yeah, always gotta have a backup weapon. Never know when you need them.
Where is it? Oh, there it is. Irons. Oh yeah, Shackled has all these iron stones around him. Okay. Oh, he does have that. Well, then he's going to use that belt of battle. He will be Kathleen. Alright. Shebeleth begins to cast. Shebeleth casts what appears to be, because you have, oh wait, do you still have, what does he have? Nope, he does not have battle magic perception. Okay, Shebeleth casts. Casts, right here. Let's do
Battle magic perception got the spell right.
yeah. Whirling blades of pure force spring into existence. $20 feet long. How high does the get? 20 feet high. But it appears where creatures spring into existence. You focus so it appears where creatures are, such creatures take damage passing through the wall. Such creatures can avoid the wall ending up on the side of its choice. No damage. Right, it's covered. Okay.
No.
A wall, a blade barrier brings forth. And the blade barrier. What? No. That's not what I did. Polygon line. We make it extra large. This color. And we will have it to make it 20 long. Have it go from here to here. Causing Zyno and Palladium to make reflex saves. Okay. Reflex saves it is for Palladium and Zyno.
Alright.
What's that? Is that 3? I'm gonna keep it. I need all my grid points. I'm not gonna use it. I'm gonna keep it.
He's like, oh shit, no.
I'm hurting. I think I would have like 7. Nah, I need those. It's life and death out here.
Reflexes plus 24. 3, and what did I get? I got
You motherfuckers.
Well,
oh, plus 25.
what active buffs do I still have on me?
This motherfucker trying to kill. Oh wait, add another one. Add a 1 to that.
From what?
To my reflex is 26. It's supposed to be plus 26.
Plus 24 now, and then you got.
I got Stalwart Pack still on.
Oh yeah. Palladium has on his buffs. He's still got on Greater Magic Weapon, Greater Mighty Wallop. He's still got on Battle Trance. That casted this turn? Yeah.
Nah, Battle Trance I put on like I think
Oh,
maybe
was that a while ago? Long, like
that was
last
a while
night?
ago.
Oh, that's not on it.
That's gone.
You still got. Okay. Still got Sustain. Still got Combat Radiance. Part 9. Renewal Pact is still on.
All right.
I think Claudius put haste on.
All right. So.
Oh wait, no, did he? I don't even. He do haste, did he?
I mean, that's good then.
Haste on.
Do I still have my my imbue spell like abilities?
Benediction and
Yeah, my little benediction and fallback strategy.
yeah, that's still there.
Okay. All right. As I remember, those spells are both of those are things you have to do out of combat. If I remember correctly, I think both of those have high casting times, right?
Benediction.
It's definitely not a standard action to cast either of those spells.
Fallback strategy. Yeah.
I know there's one the one that you use on someone else. I think that's the one you use as a standard action. But the one you do on yourself.
Fallback strategy is standard. Benediction is.
So Benny is the one that takes like a minute or something. On
Benediction is a full round action.
Ah, okay. I remember. Okay. A fallback strategy, that's the one that you only do on your allies, right?
Fallback strategy is on yourself.
Really?
Yeah.
That's really good if it's for yourself. I thought it was for your allies only.
For yourself, as long as it's active, you re-roll an attack or a combat maneuver or a skill check.
Okay. But considering that fallback strategy is it's not an immediate action, so I wouldn't be able to do it in reaction to failing a check or like having to roll a check on on a go right now, right? Because this is Sheba Let's Go, so that means I can't use fallback strategy right now because it's not an immediate action spell.
No. I mean, all it does is give you a
Right.
re-roll, but not a re-roll on saves.
Right. Okay. So it's something you gotta cast, like, not in reaction. Gotcha.
No,
All
no.
right,
You can
so I'm about
cast
to
it,
roll
and
my
it's got like a 1 minute per level duration.
right. I don't know my shot right now. I got 27 total for that reflex save that you want.
What level is Blade Bear? 6. 6. 6 plus.
How we looking with that 27?
All right, 27.
I have 1 point below
And
Zino.
got
I
Oh,
know
no.
this is crazy.
Oh no, you re-roll. Did you re-roll or did you no? You took that.
Yeah, I got 29.
3. Damn.
I got 29.
20.
Oh, you got extra 1? All right.
Yeah,
Got plus 24. And okay, what did the other one give you? Like a plus 2 luck bonus?
give me a +2.
That would be 26. 29. Okay. The 29 passed. The 27 failed. So you guys know you needed a 28.
That's high.
Hold up, I think I could get that though, my boy. Let me see if I have a.
And you better make sure it was after the result. If that thing better say after results unknown.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, I'm gonna go ahead and have to take that. I mean, it's physical damage anyway. If we're talking about blade barriers,
It is. It's
Force
physical damage. That's just 15d6
Physical
force
force
damage. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, that means it's subject to
Already
it's
checked for that.
subject to my damage reduction,
Oh, yeah.
It's
and it's
force.
subject to my temporary HP.
I
It's
think
force
force.
damage. Yeah.
I don't want to toot my own horn or
Oh, it's
anything.
force damage,
It's
so
force.
it's not like
It's force damage,
it's not physical damage.
not force.
Damn, that's really good.
Mm.
I don't want to toot my own horn or anything. But the amount of saves that I've passed at this point.
Damn.
At least it's just pure damage and no secondary effect. Sometimes
Man.
the debuff is worse. At least it's
I
not like
guess not really. Not in my case.
nah. What if you like if you like nauseated for like 10 rounds? Like it happened like to like.
Nah, I could delay those effects. I could get out of that.
Mm.
But it's the thing about it is, I mean, normally HP is something taking damage as a tank. I'm with it, but I'm just a little worried because our cleric is not active.
Yes, she is. Who?
No, Cynthia is sitting at 16 HP and being hovered over. Like she's being pressed, my boy.
The bone. I told you already. The bone things are not gonna do shit to her. I mean, anyone. The K strikes could target her. Don't get me wrong, but the
Yeah,
bone.
they are targeting her.
They locked her down.
They're targeting everyone.
Orbis down there is still not dealt with, if I remember, because this initiative is still sitting here right in front of Cynthia's.
He's in the solid fog right now.
Okay,
Yeah, on the fog. He'll be there for a few rounds.
so those motherfuckers came out the woodwork. Cynthia was pressed.
Man.
Pressed. They killed her already like twice, didn't they? They dropped her once. She just
Once.
got up. Yeah, so it's been hard for her to do anything really. And so with her being the person responsible for healing, actively so, I mean, that's smart.
She gotta do a sanctuary or something on herself.
I think she had one up already.
Because that way, if somebody specifically targets her, they have
Uh,
to.
she
They have
had
to
it up,
overcome
but
their
then
will.
I think anti-magic field took all that shit off.
Oh no, the
So,
anti-magic field. I don't think it's active no more. It's off.
well, if it's off, then all of my suppressed buffs should have come back.
Yeah, I think they should be off. I mean, because obviously, Miracle wants us to be able to fight.
Well, it wasn't Miracle that did it. It was
Oh no, it's Claudius.
Orbis
She
that
ran up the stairs
That's true. It's Claudius, and she's like
to
next to
get out of.
Claudius.
Yeah, she's up the stairs to get out of Orbis's gaze.
Yeah, you make a good point. Yeah. So yeah, as long as she's like within 10 foot from Claudius, she could like all her buffs are back and she can cast spells.
Okay.
She's immune to the spell what's that thing called? Anti magic fields.
All right.
Damn, that only works on rock. Of course, it's like lower stuff. Anyway, so much for that one.
Well, since I took 61 damage, don't I have to roll for massive roll for massive damage?
Isn't that for physical attacks or any?
Roll for damage period.
Oh,
Anything
that's for
over
damage.
51.
Yeah, it is over 61. So roll
I thought it was-
fortitude save.
I thought it was like for like physical damage. Like
Nah, that's for all damage.
Oh,
Yeah, any damage is 50 or over in one shot.
you got past that. It's like 40. Probably a low. What like DC 10?
I mean, you can't just you don't roll one.
Yeah, you gotta roll. You need a 2 or higher, pretty much.
If you roll the 1, that's it. It's game over,
You
guys.
never know, man. I could roll a 1, bro.
Let's
I could roll a 1.
see what the fate.
I mean, he would still get back up anyway, but
Right.
I still gotta roll. Even death won't fucking.
Man, our motherfucking gods came out to play today.
Oh, when you think about it, Velenum before this campaign is over, he has to die once at least. Otherwise, you can't go with that title, Iron Mar.
He has to die once.
This
You've
man,
been calling yourself Iron Mar the whole time, and you haven't died.
right?
So Cynthia is the Iron Scholar.
The
Iron Scholar. The fuck?
Why am I having trouble finding this man's big ass
The
fortitude?
Scholar Martyr, my bad. Martyr
Here
Scholar.
it is.
Martyr Scholar. I meant to say.
That's funny as well. Look at the right sheet. I am. That's so weird that his will save is fucking stronger than his fortitude save. That makes no sense.
No, knights have high will save and fortitude.
His will save is 2 points higher than his fortitude save.
Mm-hmm.
That's nuts. All right. So. All right, 37.
That loyalty, that knight loyalty, like
I'm telling you, our gods came to
you
play
can't
with
charm
us.
them. You can't charm them that easily.
Right.
The loyalty. I swore an oath, and nothing will make me break this oath.
The good thing is, Relado, I think he has a decent enough charisma score to be able to pull off a bluff.
That's a 60.
So if someone were to try and use like a suggestion on him, he could pretend that he's under control.
Mm-hmm.
Try and bluff him. Pull a Kai move.
Yeah.
Kai move. Things that he couldn't do. That's funny.
Be like, I control the night. Big man close to him. No, you don't. What? You're back.
Okay. So if I target it there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yo, I think the closest anime character or fictional character period that I've seen, that compares to Valadinum is fucking Orkbold. This dude, Goblin Slayer.
Oh yeah.
And again, it's not fair because when I created Valadinum was like, what was it, Louis? Like 2000. What was it, like 2000 and 2013, 2014? When I created Valadinum?
Yeah, it was like 2013.
We've been playing these characters, And this, and
Since I lived in fucking St. Louis.
we've been playing this character for like 6-7 years.
Yeah, so it was way before Goblin Slayer ever came out.
And you created it before we even started playing this campaign.
Yeah.
Yep.
Fuck St.
So it's just so weird how fucking...
It's just like Overlord. You know, like Overlord, also whatever his name is. He made it very popular when he's buffing all these buffs. Man, Corey's been doing that shit before that anime.
Oh, right here, I have it right here on my character sheet because I wrote his history, A Tale About a Night, Stars and the Moon. It says Thursday, August 18th, 2011.
Damn.
At 12:37
It's been
p.m.
like 12 years already.
Jesus.
Um.
That long?
Okay, so the second spell he casts.
Damn, son. 12-year-old.
Somebody casting a second spell? What?
It's like, who the fuck is casting a second spell?
Same person?
Now I feel really old, though. Because if this character is 12 years old, this is not even my first character in D&D ever. I would have to say Valeda is a fairly young character out of all my creations.
These characters feel like they're like the new kids in the block, but they're
right.
They're like 10 years old already.
Yeah, that's crazy. Shit. Old as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Now D&D's in the shitter. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought? I swear to God.
D&D been alive for decades. They live long enough to become the villain.
Antonio.
Now D&D's in the shit.
I'm telling you, Antonio, if I were to go back in time and tell myself when I first fucking met Louis and I was 14, like, yo, you know, one day D&D itself, like the whole game, is not going to exist anymore. I want to call myself a fraud and a fucking liar. Because it's impossible. Like, why would that game ever go anywhere? I never thought I would see that happen. New editions, of course, because I came in second edition. So, of course. But to see the end of an era completely, there's no resemblance of the game anymore, I never thought that would happen.
I mean, D&D's still going to be around. It's just not going to have the support that it once had.
Bro, it's not D&D. It's not even, it doesn't resemble it at all anymore.
No, it's not going to be like Legacy D&D.
Bro, he going to be...
Dude,
Legacy.
In name only.
I tell people all the time. People be like, what the fuck is Legacy D&D? I said first through third edition. That's Legacy.
They about to fucking, they about to fucking RuneScape the fucking D&D right now.
I'm not even going to derail a session. Talking
because Lewis is fucking started
right now.
It's Planescape's about to be ruined.
A little bit of spice slipped out of me. I apologize.
It's a little spice.
We talked about this like since 10.
Yeah, I know.
An hour and a half, Lewis.
I mean, it is big fucking news. So
here we go.
We were like talking.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I mean, I said what I wanted to say.
We even talked about Planescape, Ravenloft. We talked about all like we're a bunch of old timers. Like, man, you went back in the days. Mana's check, fear check, horror check. What is this? Casper the Friendly
Ghost? Yeah, I was here. I listened to it. I was laying right there.
Oh, you were?
I heard the whole thing.
I couldn't see your video feed. It looked to me like it was
No, he was. Oh yeah. No, he was there. He was off camera.
Yeah, I was off screen.
I guess I had to refresh
he heard
my
the whole
thing.
I can't wait till I see somebody on Facebook.
Well, like I was saying before, at least we have enough material.
Lewis go off.
Look how long this stupid. Look how.
I mean, okay, no, if you think about it,
we got so much materials that. Man, it'll last us like for the rest of our life.
That's what's good, yeah.
But if you think, I mean,
we need more time.
If you think, well, I mean, we can. If you think about it, it's not really the community that you see. It's not really the community that ruins, a good thing. It's always
the company.
Always capitalism. Always capitalism.
I can all the video games.
You got people running. They're running.
It happens to anything that gets too big. Anything. Capitalists come in. They're like, all right, let's squeeze the money. Let's choke it. Let's turn it into a fucking. We're gonna choke. We're gonna turn into a lich at this point. It's got no hydration in its fucking body at all. A dry ass lich of a fucking what it used to be.
Are we talking about
Yo,
Talk about
that's
everything.
the name of a good drink. A dry
A
lich.
dry lit. Yo.
Go to a bar,
It's
order
gotta
a
be
dry
the
lich.
driest drink ever, son. Strong as fuck. So strong, you feel like you died and came back as an undead creature. But it's gotta
A
be
dry
dry
lich is
as
a
fuck,
drink
son.
that, like,
Gotta
no matter how much of
serve
it
it
you
neat.
drink, you're always thirsty still. It actually has a negative effect. The more of it you drink, the thirstier you get.
Yeah.
Dry lich.
Until you die.
Yeah.
Come back.
I think
You know, that should be a
the
term
double.
for people, too.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on in the Magic community, but like, a whole bunch of Magic community people were like, "Yep, they fucked up Magic. Now they're doing it with D&D." I'm like, "What the fuck happened with Magic?" And like, some guy was like, "Oh, go look up Magic 30, or go look up the fuck was the name of that university." They were like, or the college or whatever. They're like, "Look that up." So I looked it up, and I was like, "What? Damn, they pissed the Magic people off too."
Yeah, because I think what happened is people. It was basically because the consumers were making more money than Wizards were, because the consumers were going ahead buying a booster pack and then taking a card that was a mythic rare and be like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna designate this card as being worth like fucking 10 grand."
Oh shit!
And then it goes into the market and it starts being sold between collectors at 10 grand. And Wizards of the Coast is sitting there like, damn, we created that card. That shit only cost us like 10 cents to create. And you motherfuckers are gonna trade it back and forth to each other for like stacks. And all I got out of it was like fucking 10 cents. Like, fuck that. So they started doing the greedy shit that you see now. Where they're like, oh, I'm gonna give you 8 fucking booster packs for $1,000. Because they know motherfuckers got money like that because you out here trading.
Oh wait, they actually started selling like card games that expensive?
Yeah. They're
no.
trying to get into the consumers' pockets because they see how much the collectors are making.
That's like cheating. That's like getting in a video game and like, oh, you want this powerful weapon instead of like grind,
Dude, it's greed.
It's almost like you can buy it.
It's
Or you can
greed
pay real money
because
cash. Diablo did
greed.
that stuff with Diablo 3 and it became very unpopular.
Dude, it's greed because it's counterproductive.
You were able
right?
to pay like $100 for a weapon. Like,
At the end of the day, you have people who collect because they enjoy it, and then you have people who collect because there's a financial gain in it. But in either case, if you're a company whose stake, you make your money by printing these cards that don't cost you anything to print,
there
but
won't be
you're
that
charging
person.
more for it per
Yeah.
booster pack.
It'll
You have
be
to understand that it's enticing. To
Yeah.
why would you kill that? Why would you kill the amount of money that your consumer could make by
now
taxing them more?
Now they will devalue it then.
Right. Now you're gonna make people, you make it less appetizing for people who
anyone
want
to
to
buy
come in to make money on it.
It's not really that valuable. So it's like basically,
If I was the kind of person where I was like, hey, I don't give a shit about Magic, but I'm gonna jump into it because I can make money off of it. Well, now that you just dug your fucking hands more into the pot of the consumer now you just scared off all those people. And they were gonna make you more money anyway. Because that's more people buying your products. And they're not gonna buy by the booster pack, they're gonna buy by the box.
Right.
By the box, yeah. right.
So just because you wanted more money because you see motherfuckers making money out there, now you scared off all the future consumers that you're gonna have. But I don't think they give a fuck because they're like, hey, we're still gonna be around. So who gives a shit?
They need to stop making people with the last name Williams as fucking CEO. Yo, because I just realized this fucking CEO, formerly Microsoft, Cynthia Williams. I'm like, man, Williams, why does that sound familiar? Wait a second, the fucking bitch that ruined D&D in the last stages of second edition and almost drove TSR through the fucking ground was Lorraine Williams.
Yeah.
Now we got Cynthia Williams. I'm like, yo, y'all gotta stop putting a Williams in charge of fucking Wizards of the Coast. That's a crazy coincidence. That's all it is, but it's a crazy coincidence. I was like, wait, her last name's Williams? I'm like, let me check my D&D history. Lorraine Williams, obviously not related, but yo, what's with these Williams people fucking up Wizards of the Coast? Fucking up
You know, like
D&D.
Pennsylvania, the Vermont family passed on the traditions from father to son. You
Yo.
know, she passed on the tradition from daughter to, you know, from mom to daughter. Like, your mission is to destroy D&D. She succeeded. Where I,
Oh yeah,
we
that's
could
why
in the second edition, but now we will.
that was why TSR was having problems because of Lorraine. She came out. I don't know. She bought the fucking company, but she didn't care about it. She didn't even like it. She didn't. It's like, okay, you know, and she just ran it to the fucking ground. She just didn't manage it well at all and fucked it up.
Yeah.
Wizards of the Coast saved the day, but then somebody had to save Wizards. On and on the cycle goes. But anyway. Well, that's why like the OGL was important because it was like, okay, you know, if this is gonna change or go away, that's cool because we like this system. We're just gonna keep creating for this rule set because you left it open. You know, it was why we easily incorporated Pathfinder stuff into our D&D games because they used the OGL and that was one of their pillars. It was like, hey, we're gonna make it compatible with 3.5 because that's what we're building off. And all the other companies started doing the same thing. And it was like, cool. That's cool. That's what the open license for a community should be. Which is like, no. They're mad that Critical Role's making money. They're mad that so many fucking people are monetizing D&D as well as they are. Like
that's really the only thing I hate about the idea of being like, you know, an entrepreneur is that like you in yourself are your own company. And so you gotta watch your own like moral compass and the shit that you do because it's gonna leak out into the way that you do business. You're gonna end up like those people. But in the same token, like you gotta be competitive. There's just a line that you have to like not
I
cross
mean,
between.
all Wizards had to do, and they were doing it just fine in third edition, but Hasbro, I mean, I'm assuming it's Hasbro. I don't know the insides of what the fuck is going on in there. It could have been anything. Could have been somebody with a stick up their ass one day, but like, I believe Hasbro turn around, looked at Wizards of the Coast like, okay, cool, your game's fun and everybody's enjoying it and you're doing a good job, but we need you to do more. You know, it was just a constant push for more and more and more instead of just leaving them alone, letting them do their shit and letting them keep it successful. You know, and it's just like, uh, it's like fucking like was like they were I mean they were what the shit, what was I saying? The fucking damn, I was gonna bring something up about it. But anyway, they like they knew what the customers wanted. That was what happened with uh the 3.0 not 3.0. When the Silver Marches book came out, Sean K. Reynolds was one of the guys that was working on the Forgotten Realms shit at the time. But you know, and then he quit maybe like a year or two later, but he was working on the Forgotten Realms shit, you know, one of the OG creators fucking, and he put out an allegory. You can still find it online. It was called they called it Forgotten Realms. They called it Donut Cores and Forgotten Realms. Some shit like that, right? It was obviously an allusion to like Forgotten Realms and D&D. But the whole allegory was about basically Hasbro stepping in and being like, we want more money. So what is it that gives us more money? Oh, it looks like they like more crunch material. And you know, the writers and everybody was like, I mean, yeah, crunch is good and all, but that's not what the players really want. Like Forgotten Realms is the way it is because we have a lot of fluff. You know, people enjoy it. You know, our base, the people that we're catering to, this is what they like. This is what we're, you know, and by the end of the allegory, it was basically him saying like, hopefully Silver Marches sells well, and we can continue making Forgotten Realms products the way we want to, in service to our customers, not for like trying to like wring out as much profit as we fucking can. Unfortunately, I don't think it's sold at the level that Hasbro wanted. So then they started changing like the way the products were being written after that, and it's just constant. It's just like, oh my god, like stay out of their business. Do what Disney does. Disney fucking lets their shit, all their shits be autonomous. They don't fuck with Pixar that much. They don't fuck with like certain other. They're like, as long as you're bringing in money and we're not getting dicked over, you're good. Like, but Hasbro's just like, D&D's not making enough. D&D's not making enough. We want it. It's like they wanted to make it as much as Magic. It's like, oh my god, fucking chill. And honestly, I think they've been pushing it to that point. That's what. Look at what Fifth Edition's done. But Fifth Edition's also like like you've noticed, Fifth Edition's also bringing in a lot of money for people that are using the OGL, or even just streaming, and Wizards is like, oh, we need that money too. When are y'all gonna stop? But oh well, they'll learn. I mean, they're already learning. They're still quiet about it. They haven't given out any official statement yet. They're hoping a leak from an employee on the inside supposedly had sent out an email and was like, I'm one of the employees, and it boiled down to, I'm one of the employees. It's pretty shitty here, but here's what I know. Here's what I heard that they were gonna do. They're not gonna give a statement. They're gonna be quiet about it. They're gonna hope this dies down. They're gonna delay the new license for a while until this dies down. Et cetera, et cetera. And I'm just like, wow. I'm like, well, no wonder they've been quiet. I'm like, but they've fucked with the wrong demographic. Like, people aren't gonna this is not gonna just die out.
I don't know what Hasbro was thinking, but all I know is that I never imagined that D&D would ever, as a company, would ever make the kind of money that like video games would make or movies would make. Like, it's just not on that stage of a product.
Right.
Like the product itself, like you're not gonna make as much money as
It's
Apple.
a hobby thing.
Like you're not gonna make as much money as Apple. You're not gonna make as much like as a corporation. Like the product that you sell is sold to a niche, in the population, and it serves the purpose of a very niche desire. You know what I mean? Like it's a role playing game at the end of the day. One that started tabletop. Now you could fuddle around with that and make it like electronic in some shape or form in order to like make it more video game-ish. Fuck it with the format however you want. But at the end of the day, it was rooted as a tabletop. We're in 2023. Like the way that people interact with reality now is like through like what we do right now, computers and like TikToks. Like the
VR.
interest in playing something like this is not going to be like global. And the only way they're gonna make the kind of money they feel like a company should make from a Hasbro standpoint would be as if it's like a mass like global effect. I mean, there's people in other countries that play D&D, but like
Right.
not as many people like that care about iPhones. Like it's not. It's never gonna be a cultural norm to play D&D. You need to fucking chill the fuck out and let people just have their creative space.
Right. Honestly, they're worried about quote unquote, competition and they want to monetize D&D more. Like, how about you just focus on making your products good and really good, so that people would want to keep buying your D&D material. Because if you're just gonna come out with this half-ass shit, and then all you're really doing is hyping it up with so much marketing that you're hypnotizing all your fucking loyalists and your fans and your customers into wanting it just because it's shiny and pretty, and then when they finally get their hands on it, they're like, not as good as we thought it was going to be. Well, no wonder. Like you should just stay focused on making your products fucking good. That's what fucking Paizo. That's what Paizo did.
You,
It's like, it's like
you could easily get every kid in America to get on TikTok and dance, but you're not gonna get every kid in America to play a game of D&D.
yo, and that's the other thing they should be doing.
So yeah, you gotta understand the differences.
That's the other thing they should be doing. There's a whole world out there. Maybe they need to go and market in like a handful of select countries that they could get that they know culturally they could get
Louis,
a
I'll put it
foothold
to you
over.
this way. Louis. We all know how algorithms work, right? I have yet to see the algorithm produce anything that's D&D specific as far as images or anything media wise. So they have a completely poor sense of self representation if we're talking about social media.
Yo, for real.
They should be TikTok. All these gamers and whatever.
I'm saying, have you, Patrolo, have you seen
No,
anything?
never.
How many
And I'm always,
advertisements have you seen for the
I'm
movie?
always looking up D&D stuff yet in YouTube that I'm always on. I
Yeah.
never got nothing D&D related in the algorithm.
Right.
I
get more
I get a bunch.
Well, I could say something random about, just say it, not even go on my phone. I could just say something random and then go on my phone and fucking see it. The algorithm is fucking
Yeah, that's me.
showing me it. How is it not
Yeah,
possible? That's not happening for D&D, and I've been playing it for so
Yeah.
long. Because they're shit poor at really trying to like be, out in the public.
I was
So
like, man, maybe I order some Uber Eats. Then like 10 minutes later, bling, a banner from Uber
They
Eats.
should
I'm
just
saying, bro.
they're worried about they should just and they had plenty of time to do this. They should just
And marketing
Plenty.
works.
they should have
If
just
you
went more global. Like focus they should be doing more stuff in what's their second England. England's got a good base of fucking they should do more marketing there. They should go to Japan. Okay, there's two fucking anime out there that's based off of creators of those anime that's played Dungeons and Dragons. So you can get a Japanese market for D&D. Why don't you go focus on that? Like you want more money, go global. Why are you
Yeah.
fucking with all this local shit? You got your base here. Don't fuck with your base here. Like to keep them
Yeah.
happy. Go to another country. You got England, you got Japan, you got France. There's quite a few countries out there that you could fucking you could hype D&D up over there and get your markets flowing over there.
Right.
Got fucking Overlord and Record of Lotus War. Both of them were based off of fucking D&D campaigns.
Right.
Don't tell me you can't get a fucking you know. And Japan loves games, especially and they'll play and they'll be like they fucking they were the creators of Japanese RPGs. They got their fucking RPG video games ideas from Dungeons and Dragons. You ever played the first Final Fantasy? All character classes. Have you seen there's two monsters in the original first Final Fantasy? Two monsters that were literally ripped right off of Dungeons and Dragons. There was a creature in there with multiple eyes and an eye in the center. Now they didn't call it a beholder, but you can clearly tell it's not in the game anymore. Obviously, when they remastered the game, they took it out because of IP shit. But when that game first came out, there was a fucking beholder in there. There was plenty of other creatures in there that were based off of D&D, but it wasn't copyrighted. Obviously, it was more public domain shit. But obviously, got ideas from there was Sahagin in there. There was fucking Mind Flayers were in there, and they were literally called Mind. Like they didn't even bother changing the name. It said Mind when you fight. It said Mind Flayer.
This before Final Fantasy was big. They're like, we're in Japan. Americans are not gonna see this crap.
Dude, when they made Final Fantasy IV, and you play fucking Cecil, and he's a Dark Knight, and then later in the game, what does he become? Fucking Paladin. Paladin. It says it right underneath his fucking name, Paladin. Now, where did they get that idea from?
Yo,
And he has holy powers. He's a knight of light. What did they got that idea from? They got that from Dungeons and fucking Dragons.
Yo, instead of taking their money and doubling down on increasing the quality of their product and increasing awareness of that product, they wasted money on making movies.
Yo,
You don't
yeah,
need
they're
Dungeons and
banking on that.
Dragons movie.
They're banking on that movie's profits also.
Here's the thing: Dungeons and Dragons, the whole basis of it is imaginary.
Right, not movies.
That's the whole basis of it's imaginary. You don't need a fucking movie.
Right, I agree.
Why
You
do I
know,
need a
right.
movie? I don't need one.
You know
I'm
what's
cool.
you actually you know what's you know what's doing you know what's
But now,
doing you know what's doing you know what's probably still gonna do better than that D&D movie. Critical Role is super popular. They have a whole season, about to have 2 seasons of their own campaign being animated, and it's not shit animation either.
Yo,
oh wow,
that's way better than a movie
People love it.
because it's about instances of an adventure that keeps going. Like,
right.
how are you gonna tell a story D&D wise unless you're gonna make it an epic in a fucking movie?
People that love Critical Role love the fucking they love they love the series because it was it was like the campaign came to life, animated in story form, and people were able to pick up in the series moments from when they watched them play the game. They're like, oh, I remember that part when there was a part apparently in Critical Role where Ashley Johnson wasn't able to presently be there, so she played on Zoom with them, I think. So they were cracking jokes about like her character being there, but in astral form. And when you watch the series, her character shows up in her astral form. Like like there's a connection there. Like with D&D just fucking fan service. Like just give it.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's all it is. Shit. Anyway, no, they're like, oh, we need the money. We need more. Anyway, so with the second spell that Shebelef rolled out, because I know Claudius is like 2 spells. What the fuck? Your characters see from this point of the room, on the other side of the room, right about here, right? Suddenly, you see a misty cloud of this rust red, like toxic, some kind of toxic algae. And this mist coats big section, like 6-foot radius, right? Obviously, made sure that it didn't like get into this area where the cage rights were at. It's not affecting D-Reed because he's inside the enclosure with Miracle. But Metsor and the dramas, these cage rights up here are safe from that. Everybody else though, that's in that cloud currently has to make a fortitude saving throw. Because what you feel as you're inside this mist, which gives everybody concealment, it's a well, for starters, it's a poison. So anybody immune to poison is safe from this. Those that are not immune to poison, however, you feel as if this toxic algae is infecting your mind and biology in a way where you're starting to feel you're starting to feel your extremely angry and like you just want to let loose in this uncontrollable rage, and it's starting to like eat away at your psyche. So roll a fortitude save.
All right, I'm gonna see if
Who got a roll forward to say?
Zionel, Claudius, and Cynthia, and Elena.
Well, Claudius
well,
here.
Cynthia I know is fine because she's not gonna be affected by a poison because her iron body is back on.
Okay.
As for Valeno, I'm looking to see his resistances against poison if he has anything that makes him immune to poison. Other than me simply just
Zionel
nullifying the
succeeded.
threat.
34. Obviously, the undead don't need to roll it.
So Claudius was not able to discern that spell before it was casted with spellcraft. He don't got battle magic perception.
Oh, yeah. You can still discern a spell even after you see its effects. Yeah. Or even after you're affected by it, actually, too. You can also roll spellcraft.
Yeah, I would like to know before he's affected.
I identify a spell that's already in place and in effect. There's also, where is it? Identify a spell being cast. You must see or hear the spell's verb. Okay. That also. Okay, you don't need to roll, but the spell is a conjuration spell that creates a poisonous toxic algae, 60-foot radius, coating everything in it, and turning the creatures that are in it a reddish color as well. Grants concealment. Anyone within the mist will take wisdom damage, 1d4 points, and also become enraged, causing you to attack any creatures it detects nearby.
Oh God.
It is a spell known as Blood Mist. It's got a duration of 1 minute per. It's got a duration of 1 minute per level, so it's going to be hanging around in that area.
Well, seeing as the only thing I saw
Is that a third
was
party?
that I'm immune to disease, but I don't see anything saying I was immune to poison.
Is that a third party spell?
No, that's happening. Blood Mist.
You said it was a fortitude save, right?
Huh?
You said it was a fortitude save?
Yes.
It's so odd that I wouldn't have anything against poison. I have disease though.
Let me roll.
$33 total. You succeeded on your saving throw. What did Claudius get?
Mm-hmm. Give me a moment. Okay, so if I want to use this spell, I have to use it before I roll. Then you must choose to use moment of prescience before you make the roll. It is to modify. Once used, the spell ends. All right, so Claudia is gonna use a spell that's already casted himself, moment of prescience, to boost his saving throw fortitude because his fortitude is ass. So.
All right, make the roll.
Will. I thought it was fortitude.
Yeah, it's 42.
Okay, fortitude. What is it? Plus 15. All right, so 15 plus 25. That will be plus 40. All right.
Guys, like plus 40. Fucking. I thought that was going to be a 1 for a second. All right, Claudius.
Yeah, but later, beat your heart out. Look at that fortitude save.
Easily passes.
Damn.
52, son. I
This
got.
dude got plus 40 with that prescient shit.
I know he can only dash it once.
Magic, son, for the win.
Magic for the win. I don't got that many buff left. Now I got like 6 buff left. I'm glad that one didn't get the spell shit. I gotta get elemental body back up. Shit gives me immunity to poison, stun, and all that.
All right. Round 8.
You know, it's funny. Claudia's been having elemental body since like level like 11. Never been targeted by no poison shit. Now that he don't got elemental body, gets targeted by poison shit. That would have been like, I don't mind failing.
Poison shit.
It's like the only time that he's actually not immune to poison, and it's like, woo. I know it's a coincidence though, but still, it's kind of funny.
Right. Let's see.
Oh man, the duration for that is 1 hour, so that just stays there for like 1 hour per level. Oh wait, no, I'm reading something else. The blood mist, right? How long the blood mist stays there? Oh yeah, 1 minute a level. Oh, that sucks. Gotta dispel that crap. Man, it's a high level spell though. Level 8.
And now.
That's a nice debuff though, I ain't gonna lie. You failed 1d4 negative wisdom damage.
Damn.
You put someone in a solid fog on that, and within a few rounds, they probably die from wisdom. They'll get that wisdom to negative, and the negative die.
Yep.
That's a nice. Oh man, that's not a wizard spell either. Only druids, shamans. The hell's a shaman? Druid, a shaman level 8, and a lunar. Mystery lunar 8. Man, that's a freaking old. That's a nice spell.
Where the hell? Oh, I'm like, where is? There.
1d4 wisdom damage per round and get confused effect in rage. Those are the type of spells I like.
No, it's not, because it allows a saving throw.
Well, it still has. Well, it allows a saving throw, but it's a level 8 spell. It's a high saving throw, and it
that makes me even more mad. That's level 8 and it allows a saving throw, because that means it's so expensive to allow a chance.
Oh, that's weird. For a conjuration spell, it has spell resistance.
So a gaping hole in the floor up here is disintegrated away as flying up through the lower floor.
Oh, Orbis?
None other than a rather wretchedly annoying fucking beholder that just won't stop. This maddening beholder comes up through the floor with his many eyes looking all around.
Where he at in the map?
Situation. He's right here.
Yeah, I see it.
Disintegrated through the floor from below. So wasting his time coming down the hall and up the stairs. I was like, make my own fucking entrance.
That's smart. I guess he retained his intelligence. He's not that crazy. Because I thought he was mad, like, because of his close connection to Martin Marcus.
He gets up and he's like, and you hear you hear Deary you hear his tumor call out. He's like, "It's about time you got here, Orbis." So Orbis gets up and he's like, you guys hear Theron. He's like, well. This is where I bid thee all farewell. And Shebelef looks over. He's mad confused. He was mad confused. It's like, what? What are you talking about, Theron? Theron just smiles, right? And then the cage completely shatters. It bursts. The fragments disintegrate as they burst apart from the cage. The fragments of the cage.
Our Marcus, welcome.
And D. Reed is like chuckling madly, both the tumor face and himself, like just madly chuckling and then loudly like this howling laughter of like victory. And Miracle is just like is in there. You can tell that he's fuming on the inside of his lich fiend of a carcass. And stares towards Annie Marcus like as if seething in his own failure to stop this from happening.
He needs a miracle.
The cage rights, the rest of the cage rights, like yes, he's free finally. Theron had taken off his ring of the 13, flung it on the floor. Addie Marcus is like, he's like in his angelic form now. He just looks so completely relieved, and the souls are like surrounding him. Like all they were violently like surrounding him. They stop still, and he's caressing their essence. And then he like swiftly grabs them all, and like there's just this ball of just pure magical energy between his hands, and like he like puts his hands like this as if he was digging in, and then like rips. And when he does the ripping motion, the entire room is just pure white light. Completely pure white light, like this blinding pure white light. Everybody in the room roll a just roll a reflex. Oh no, not a reflex. What's bombarding you right now is just it's like the collisional forces of planar energies that are clashing in a way that's only happening because of the force of the magic and the ritual and everything involved that's being used. It's actually not a reflex, not more of a dodge. It's more of a bodily thing. Roll a fortitude.
Oh, come on. What does it say?
I was thinking the same thing.
It's not magic, right? So you don't know what's going on, right, Claudius? Spellcraft wouldn't work here.
It's not a spell, no. But I mean, his knowledge of canon spellcraft is very high. What Claudius and I'd say also Cynthia is can see what's happening is that he's ripping a hole in the fabric of this plane itself to create a vortex, a swirling chaotic vortex gate that will lead to another plane. Obviously, in this case for him, he wants to get back home.
So we're gonna have to follow him, huh?
Uh,
Ooh, drama. Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Ooh. I guess you got roll for Metsua, Cynthia, Valadnum. As for a lot of the enemies in
It's a
here,
bodily thing. Would it still affect her even though her body's made out of iron?
yes,
Okay.
this is affecting not just like this is affecting like everything in here, whether whether you're a construct
oh wow.
or even a
No,
incorporeal or even an incorporeal spirit. Yeah,
cross interplanar dimensionals.
This one's for Cynthia.
Wait a second.
as for a lot of the creatures in here, they
Sure.
the Farasus are dead. Hexavog disintegrates. A lot of
Sure.
the faith slain. Biakala is screaming like she goes to rush towards. She like completely breaks off her fight with the Baylor, and
One shot.
she goes to rush towards Adi Marcus. She's screaming Adi Marcus like she
Who's
wants
that?
to Biakala. She's going
Yeah,
after
because
Oh,
she
Adi
hated
Marcus
him.
as if she wants to slay him
oh, I see her. I see her.
for having banished her here, right?
But it's
Yeah.
stupid. Like, you a dumb bitch. Like, why would you join with the people? Oh my god. You join with the people that's friends with him if you hate him? Where do they do that at? Like, alright. I'm glad she's dead.
Well, I mean, outside she didn't know. She was lied to, pretty much.
Oh, they bamboozled. That makes sense.
Yeah, they made her think that like they were gonna kill Addie Marcus, so that
Oh, she
they
hedged her bets wrong.
basically
God,
they've been wooing her this whole time because they wanted her to be an ally, for when this moment happened.
that makes sense. If we thought of it, why wouldn't they think of it too?
Right, promised her that like, oh, we're gonna get him killed and you can be ruler of Acidipus.
Got you. She got
And
played.
that'd be and of course she's stuck here, so it's like not only will we get him killed, but you'll be ruler of Sisyphus and you'll be out of Carceri finally. So
Right.
she was like
She played the
she's like
game
it's
wrong.
she's like
Damn.
it's risky, but fuck it, I'll do it. Arrogant as well because she's a powerful she's a very fucking powerful Merilith, obviously,
Right.
and she brought all her fucking creatures.
Damn. Well, can't win them all. Sorry, Bayakala.
Yeah, can't win them all.
Yikes.
She died?
Yeah, she about to get turned
Well,
into a
no,
fucking shadow on the
she's
wall.
rushing at Addie Marcus, right? And
She doesn't look like the type that will get one shotted though. She looks tough and formidable.
This dude ripping a hole in our
well,
current reality.
oh yeah, and you can see that
If we all gonna die,
you,
then what about the rest of us that are more squishy?
you can also
I don't know.
see.
Maybe she felt her
Well,
set
don't forget,
fortitude.
she's pretty heavily. She's pretty majorly wounded. I would say she's been fighting with this Baylor too this whole time.
I think these are the
Oh,
people that feel their
I
fortitude.
guess because you have her HP at full here.
Yeah, I haven't fucked with their HP, but like
Right. I think these are the
I
people that
had the
feel their
HP
fortitude.
there in case the PCs ended up like
Uh-huh.
fighting in case you guys chose to fight certain enemies in here, then the HP was gonna matter. But when I had the monsters all going after each other, like
Or they have like their own battles and they're killing each other.
right,
That's
it's like I'm focusing on what the players are doing while I'm having everything, instead of driving myself fucking crazy trying to track every single little thing.
Yeah, that's smart to do to set up the monsters as part of like the environment, and then whoever we're interacting with would like determine like whether you're changing HPs and shit. That makes sense.
Oh yeah.
But
But
Yeah, I thought the people who fail their fortitude, those are like
Wait, I
the
have
people
to.
who are getting one shotted.
I'm gonna I already roll Meswar. I'm gonna roll Claudius. He's gonna use the headband of conscious effort
okay.
Mm.
to boost. What's his concentration, Lewis? 36 or Claudius?
I mean, you shouldn't be able to pass unless you roll a 1. I know you got a high
Yeah. Well, even with a
concentration.
1, he will pass because it's a skill check. It's not a saving throw.
Oh well,
He's using the headband.
I guess okay. You use the headband and.
Yeah, if he rolls a 1, he'll pass if it's high enough. It's plus 37. Plus 37. Will he pass even with a 1? 38 with a 1. I
Yeah.
haven't rolled. So you don't. I don't even need to roll, right? I'll roll anyways. But I ain't taking no freaking chances, man. Plus 38. Plus 37. Sorry. 42 save. Claudius headband of conscious effort.
Well, I mean, to be honest, we still have some.
Yeah,
We still have access to
gotta go
Alpha
to sleep.
Fortune.
The what? Oh yeah, yeah. Well, but that's only to re-roll. Not that
Right.
right now we need boost to our saves. Damn. Oh, that's it, man. This guy's that. That's it. He can't do that shit no more.
Bro, I'm scared right now. You talk about we need boosts.
No, you know what we're gonna do, right? If he actually manages to escape to what do you call it, to Oedipus, oh well, we just gotta take we gotta recover, gotta take a clean up here and rest for a day, and then this guy's at full power and we like deplete our resources. That's like suicide if we take
Yeah.
this dude. We will have to like
Yeah, he's had like thousands of years to rest.
yeah, exactly. We have thousands of years to rest. We depleted all our resources, magical items. Our buffs got freaking taken off as well. Yeah,
He was on an extended vacation.
pretty much.
Okay. So.
Anyone fell from the group or everybody passed? I saw the drummer roll it too. So I don't
She's
know.
dead.
She did.
Nah, she gonna get a reroll, bro.
She's dead.
She can get one.
Yeah, I could do Alter Fortune with Cynthia.
She's too far, I think.
We kind of need that.
Yeah, she's too far.
She's too
Oh, that's right. I'm down the steps still. Fuck. Damn, son.
That's crazy.
Killed by a former angel. Go figure.
And Valenium can only allow a reroll for fail will save.
Killed by that. Listen, but look at it this way though. You're not getting killed by some dumbass. You're getting killed by archdemon prince.
He is ripping a hole in fucking the plane, so it's not like he's doing a fucking card trick. So I get it.
All right. So.
Damn. Son.
Everybody.
Fuck this shit. We lost this battle. Not the war, but we lost this battle. We gotta retreat. I'm about to fly out of here.
This is
I'll climb my
Miracle's
boots on.
fault.
We out of here.
Page rights are like too powerful right now. Now they got Arthur Marcus there also. Shit.
This is Miracle's fault.
It is.
Okay. So.
He should have combined forces with us from the start.
Yeah. Who's her?
Wait till Grass finds out about this. He's gonna freaking eat that soul. That miracle.
He said this is Miracle's fault.
Yeah, the drama failed. Okay. So.
Miracle, you were supposed to bring balance to Carceri. Not help get him freed.
That's the war.
I told him. We should have joined forces from the start. Yeah,
damn, the drama, son.
What did Claudius? Okay, Claudius used the.
We depleted a lot of those forces, but Miracle also depleted a lot of our resources as well, trying to freaking counter his stupid ass.
trying to stay alive while counting. Cynthia
That's what I mean.
died, bro.
All right,
I lost a
so
whole life.
Metsuar took everybody. People that failed was Metsuar
Oh, Miss Rockville.
and the drama. They both took 50 damage.
Oh, that's it. All right. I thought it was gonna be like something more drastic there.
Everybody else took 25.
No evasion. Evade the light.
So Cynthia dies
Wouldn't that be
again.
beast?
Well,
Wouldn't
not
that be
dies again. She's still alive,
beast?
but
How is
dying.
she still alive? She has 16
Yeah.
HP.
She's
She's
dead.
at
She's
15.
dead.
She's
Twice. Now
That's
you can call her.
16.
Now you
Oh,
can call her
it's
twice the martyr. There you
She's
go. There you go.
No, what's the Constitution?
She took 50 damage.
She took.
She's at
I said
16.
Cynthia passed. She took 25.
She rolled.
Oh.
What's the
But
Constitution?
she's still dead.
17. She doesn't die until -17.
Watson's trying to get the title twice the martyr.
I know he's trying to. She's at -10. She still has 7 HP before she's gonna die.
He is not twice martyr, just one.
Dude, I consider once you fucking go down 0, I
Nah,
would
that's
say
unconscious.
dead.
That's unconscious.
You dead.
Unconscious. You can still, because
Oh,
even a non-healer, right now we just put like force feed you a potion, you'll come back. When you're dead, it's when you need an actual cleric to bring you back.
Nah, I thought she was dead because I thought she took 50. But she passed a save to 225. I thought she took 50.
She
I
has
was like, she's dead.
-7, so she has She dies at -7.
I regret using
She
my
dies
freaking
at she's at -10, but her Constitution score is where she dies. It's Constitution 17, so she dies at -7.
So we do a heal check to stop her from losing HP, right? We do that.
Or Belenum could do like channel energy, bring her right up.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
We need to,
Let's go 18 there.
boy,
Retreat.
we need to retreat. Yeah, we
Retreat.
need to retreat. We're not, and we have Orbis. Nah, it's just too many powerful dudes up there. Let Miracle and the Cage Right duke it out, and then we'll like come back at a later time.
A week later.
Yeah,
All right. After that, and a lot of these other enemies, took the
we could get.
they either took 20, a lot of them took the 25, or even some cases took 50 damage. Right. After that, blinding white flash of light. As for Byakuya, an ashen blade had jammed right into her heart, and an explosion happened in the inside of her chest right at that moment.
She got attacked by Artemarcus.
Artemarcus is looking at her, and he's just got this grin on his face. And he's like, yeah. As if he was like trying to remember like every memory he's ever had with her. And he's looking around, and he's like, and he raises his other hand. And like, the vortex that he had ripped open, like the vortex like spreads out like extremely fast. Covers this whole pit, in fact, like this whole pit area. And the earth elementals, they're like breaking apart. The demon flesh golems, their bodies are like starting to crumble, even with like and their anti-magic fields, like it just gets torn down.
Even Earth Monolith is 400 plus HP.
Who?
The Earth Monolith. He's still around, though, right?
No.
That dude had like over 400 plus HP.
The constructs, it seems like got affected probably because they're constructs. There's something about it that probably isn't physical.
And the earth elementals are made out of the earth of the plane of Carceria itself. You notice, like, since he's ripping, like, so it's like it's affecting the elements as well. The planar element, the elements composed of the plane itself.
Right.
The Cage Rights, every single one of the ones that was wearing the ring of the 13, except for Theron, who had taken his off as if he knew what was going to happen. The other ones that was wearing the ring look shocked, as like the rings start to like they glow like a fierce, like a really fierce red, as if it's like burning, and then they start screaming as if it's burning all of their souls.
Did that happen to Valenium too?
Is that been Valenium too?
As for Valenium,
Valenium has the ring too.
Yep.
for Valenium, who has the ring also, it does glow, and he feels like he feels a strange pull on it, but
The eye
But-
saved
but-
him.
I'm the bear that fucking eye.
Yeah,
but then the magic gets annulled as his smoking eye starts to flare.
I the bearer. The god Sisyphus is mine.
Aaron needs something or something. He's like, man, I'm taking this ring off.
Yeah, because he didn't have the smoking
He
eye.
backstabbed the rest of the cage right, yo. They
So-
chaotic.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I love
Grelia's next to him, and she's like, Theron, you knew about this? Theron's like, this wasn't my plan. I was only doing what Addie Marcus wanted. Each of the rings had a brand on it that offered yourselves and your souls to him as well, so that he can be empowered enough to not only escape from here, but to go straight back to Sisyphus. My tasks are done. I have other things to do. I'm going back to Twirl. You all have fun with this game. And he's just like, his form, it just starts to like kind of like melt away as if it wasn't even really there, or maybe it was, but like it's probably some magic that he had used to like phase away. But yeah. So the cage rights, they're done. Like you just see husks, all of them, on the floor, crumple, and like the rings, like grabbed all the essence from them, and then floated off flew off their fingers and straight into Addie Marcus. And he's just
this dude
fed.
same.
He's just being fed like all this energy from them, and he's like you can just see like you can tell that he's getting from what he already was. He's even more empowered. And then he releases that power. After he absorbs it, he releases it. When he releases it, that vortex that is spreading that was spreading in that area now it's drawing everything in, like even the bones off the walls that are made of like the bones of humanoids and fiends and whatnot. Like they start ripping off all the walls. The fucking ground's shaking. Some of the fiends are trying to get away. The ones that are alive are trying to get away. Others get sucked in. Cynthia's body gets sucked in.
We gotta go after her, so we're going in.
Everybody else can choose to just go in with it. Or
Wait a second. Cynthia's body made out of iron got sucked in.
got sucked in.
God damn, son.
Got sucked in where? The vortex?
Into the vortex, yeah.
You can't just
Now-
go in without even knowing where that shit leads to.
Your characters, it's leading back to Sisyphus. You guys can you can see the back. You can see like it's kind of like a portal, and you can see kind of like it feels like the landscape is changing into Sisyphus, but it's not really the case. It's more like he's shifting reality so that like he's shifting the planar fabric so that's more of like a gate to return back to Sisyphus. From where he's at. But yeah, Cynthia's in there with him.
Since Cynthia's close to Claudius,
And she's still alive.
can he do like a reflex save or something and try and grab her leg or something while she's passing by through him?
You're not really next to her.
10 foot away.
You can't reach out and grab her. Ain't you 10 feet away? Aren't you flying? Or are you on the ground? You're
How
down.
is he
I see your character. Your character was here on the. Is he
can't-
flying
he
or
can't-
on the stairs?
He can't fly.
Didn't he go down the stairs?
Elemental body got the spell. He can't fly. He's definitely not flying.
Oh, so he was down the stairs. She was up here. She's up like at the top of the stairs.
No, she not. She was on the bottom of the stairs. Remember, that's where she got
Hold
hit
on.
by Orbis.
Hold on. So
No,
if
she ran up the stairs to get out of his anti-magic thing. So she was up here and she had her magic back.
Oh yeah, she did a double move to get near Claudius.
Yeah,
Claudius downstairs or was Claudius upstairs? Because then
She went to where Claudius was.
right here.
so Claudius is upstairs then, right? Otherwise he would have.
No, these are the stairs. These stairs are lower. They're lower in elevation.
Nah, Lou, I had to go near Claudius to be able to get free of the anti-magic.
Right.
So I was going where Claudius was.
Cynthia ran
So
upstairs.
wherever Claudius is that's where Cynthia
Okay, so I don't
went
know
to.
why his character's sitting there when it should be next to her. Like it should be like here.
It will make sense for Cynthia to be next to Claudius because, like, if she were targeted again, he could like do a spell to protect her. But from 10 feet away, not
I
happening.
thought he was upstairs and I was double moving towards him because I know I was downstairs in the beginning.
I'm assuming he's upstairs. Otherwise, how is Claudius being targeted by all these spells? He got targeted by the spell magic.
Okay, well then I would say he's right there.
If he's downstairs, that means that Claudius still has all his buffs. He did not get hit with his like.
Well,
crap.
no, I remember there. Well, I don't know why he was put there. Was he because his character was sitting here, so I'm like, okay, because I didn't move him there.
Right.
It was like here, so I'm like, either he's flying
Not flying though.
or he's
His,
like actually downstairs, which I didn't think you were, because I was like, well, that's where Orbis was. Why would he be down there?
Right. Because if he was down there, he would have got hit with the anti-magic ray instead of me. Fuck.
Mm-hmm. No, he was never down there to begin with.
Yeah, these are open. In fact, I noticed Valenum and Zion. Did somebody shift the map or something? Because I know Xynomes of Valenum was in this spot, and
I was downstairs.
and they shouldn't have been. You were downstairs,
I was downstairs.
so you were here. Because the fear thing is still on, or was that ever taken off?
It got.
No.
It got.
Claudius unified it.
Claudius
When he
took
did
it off.
that, he did remove fear, so it should be out for like a couple of minutes.
They removed fear, and you dropped the gun down to him,
Yes.
and then you took your. Okay, so you dropped the gun down, and you took your.
No, he didn't drop the because I don't think he had enough turns to be able to grab the gun and drop it at him. I think Sino was gonna come up and grab the gun himself.
Is that what was going to happen?
I believe so.
Okay. Scarlet is sucked into the vortex.
Look at this guy smirk. He can't help it. He's trying not to laugh.
I'm trying not to laugh because I was like, I thought this guy had this shit.
I thought I had it.
Maybe you do.
Damn.
You do because you dropped.
That's what I'm saying. I thought somebody grabbed.
You dropped Mott's weapon. Mott's weapon should be in the vortex.
Who
Yeah, but I
grabbed
wouldn't have
Scarlet
dropped
and
it. I
dropped
wouldn't have
it down
dropped
the
it if I didn't have Scarlet in my hand.
Yeah.
If Claude, I just don't remember now last session because it's been a few weeks since we played. If Claudius had enough movement, he would have grabbed it and dropped it to him. But I don't know if he had enough movement to be able to do all what he did.
Yeah, because I remember you were trying to get it to him.
Because I know he used like the first round to do force cage on the scepter, right? And then he had to do also a round to disintegrate a wall. No, first a wall. There was a wall. He had to disintegrate a wall, move up to like where the wall was at, do a force cage on the scepter. That didn't work. Then he had to move back. And I remember that he was gonna like while moving, I asked you, can I move and also pick up the weapon? You said, oh no, you have to move. And then you used to stand there to grab that weapon. I'm like, oh no. Then I'm gonna be short. And then on the fourth round, then I just left the weapon. And then on that same round, I kept moving. I used to stand there actually to move towards Sino. And then the last round, I think it was round 4. He what was it? He did standard action. He did the spell on Sino, so to remove the cause fear, and then he quickened spell fog, and then move action in the 4th round to try and move back up. There you go. So that's what Claudius did, because he had 4 rounds. So he never picked up the weapon because otherwise he would have never been able to do.
But okay, so I remember you were planning to get the weapon.
I wanted to grab the weapon, but I didn't have enough actions to do that. Yeah. And then the plan was that whenever Sino go, he was just gonna run up and grab his weapon. Obviously.
Now,
I don't know if he went or not after the fact, but
Gon gonna be pissed.
Well, no, I know he took shots at Orbis with the musket.
Yeah, he freed Claudius before with the musket.
So was the fear effect ever taken off?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. He wrote Claudius read a scroll of remove fear.
Okay, that's what it was.
Remember?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
was down there and he read.
He did that on the third round. Like he moved, pulled out a scroll while moving, right? That's a move action.
Okay.
Then
Yeah, so Zino was down there with the musket.
Remember
still.
that?
Yeah.
Remember
okay.
that I passed. Claudius passed the use magic device by 1 point.
Yeah.
Because he had to emulate wisdom stats, and then he had to like roll to see if he could do the spell. That was round 3. Then the 4th round.
Okay, I remember. Okay, no, yeah, because Orbis. Okay, I remember because Orbis had taken his turn, and this guy passed like 4 fucking saves with his fucking against the Irays. He took his turn with the musket and shot. Okay, so yeah, he didn't get Skullrot yet.
I'm gonna take a fucking haze potion and go get that shit. This is ridiculous.
But with one of the many things that got pulled to the vortex, it's not just Cynthia, but also Scarlet. Zino's like, I'm going in there.
I'm going in.
Hey, yo, we'll create your new Scarlet.
I'm not gonna.
Okay. As for the rest of your characters, now you can choose to go in, and purposely fail your will saves or make your will saves.
Hell no. I ain't going in there.
Yeah, no, I'm just going in.
Nah.
If Cynthia already fell in there, I'm going in
You
regardless.
could tactically retreat, find safe ground somewhere.
Valedum is rolling his will save.
The characters already see.
Claudius goes like, Valenum. That's not
Cynthia in there.
I think I could get Cynthia back.
See, Zino had already jumped in there.
I'm already going in. The fuck?
Just as you were thinking what to do, Zino jumped in.
You guys are crazy. I have a wish spell. I can just wish Cynthia back here at full HP.
Yeah, but I'm not losing that weapon. That is a part of me. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
you want to die for that weapon? Go for it.
Yes.
No, I
yes,
thought I
I
was
will.
wait. I thought I was rolling a will save to resist being pulled into the vortex.
Yeah, you can choose if you want to, or you can go in the vortex.
No, I don't want to go in the vortex.
Okay.
Thank you. Somebody's using common sense here. Reasoning. All right. We could get Cynthia back. I got a wish spell.
Because Valedum already figured it out when his ring glue. He figured, okay, this guy is going. He says he's going home. He's going back to a Sisyphus.
Yeah, why would we just go?
I run the fact that I didn't die and they did means that Sisyphus is just as much.
You also noticed that
I'll go there and get Cynthia myself. So I ain't worried about that. Claudius could take me to a Sisyphus even if I couldn't get there myself.
He could plane shift.
Right.
He ain't going. We going now. This guy just got a super power up. He has not only does he have his own power, but the cage right souls in them. And look how powerful the cage rights are.
The mission's not done.
We don't have a cleric.
The mission's not done.
We don't have a cleric. Our gunslinger's missing his signature weapon. We go in there, we gotta get killed in 1 or 2 rounds.
It's not even that.
But even if you retreat, I still won't have my weapon.
As far as Valedum is concerned, the mission's not done.
Weapon.
And
those souls are the souls still here, Louis?
Your characters saw what he did with the souls, but then but you can still see traces of them around him, and you can also the very very far back of your mind, you can almost hear voices, but you can't make out what they're saying. On top of that, you noticed. Hold on. On top of that, you noticed while everything else is breaking apart, we're getting sucked in and getting destroyed, we're getting torn, or whatever the case may be, because of all the chaotic energies between the Carceria and the Abyss and adding Marcus's power and the ritual. Your characters are the only ones that aren't being affected by this, other than getting sucked into the vortex, of which you can resist being pulled in with your mind, mentally. But for some reason, you're not suffering much of the physical effects as everything else around.
Well, what's left really is my question. I know all the cage rights are gone. Like, what about Orbis? Is he still there? Like,
Orbis. So Orbis, um, he's like, uh, he's there, right? And he goes towards whatchamacallit, he goes to like to fly in towards where Adi Marcus is at. He's like, I said if it should be born.
Uh-oh, could it be
I
taken?
have the smoking eye as well. And like, you kind of see like him. You kind of see like
Is he a rival or Marco?
you see Addy Marcus like still there in the center of it all, but like he starts to like it kind of his image starts to kind of like phase and shift as it's matching now with like moving into like another plane or realm
Mm-hmm.
with Orbis like just diving in full force with him. You have Cynthia's body and Scarlet. And, they visually had the same look. The whole fading from here in Karsarian, the top of Skullrot, and into Acidipus. As for everything else around here, it's just it's crumbling away, and heck, the tower itself, it doesn't even seem to be as sturdy anymore. It might be that Skullrot may no longer be functional anymore, or at least half functional. Let's see. Oh, as for Miracool, his enclosure was torn apart. He himself, um, he cast a spell and vanished. He's like, he is out.
Why he
He is
cast it?
out.
Plane shift?
Yeah, he casted plane shift, which means obviously like the dimensional barrier that was in this place also.
Teleportation magic is back?
Yes.
Do I feel the weed? Well, there's no weed.
Yo, how this dude plane shifted out of Karsari?
He's freaking.
Yo, that's nuts.
He's an OG. He's an archdemon. And he was weakened too. He was weakened when he started doing that shit.
They making Karsari look weak right now. So these turning Karsari to a revolving door. You know what?
He ain't a regular demon though. He ain't a regular demon.
Hey,
No,
don't forget, D-Reed was trying to rip open a portal on in the realms to Karsari to
These
make
dudes
like
is
a
crazy,
permanent
man.
bridge between those two.
These dudes are crazy.
But not
All
to
right,
not to
so-
invade the material plane, but to take the material plane natives into Karsari.
All right, so Miracle dipped.
The opposite. They want more prisoners.
Hey, Lou, what happened to them dragons though?
The dragon was way up in the air fighting a bunch of Earthflags. He was kept busy fighting all of those motherfuckers.
Okay.
They didn't. They didn't really bug you. They're busy up there fighting the dragon. Dragon's fighting them because Byakuya blocked the whole flock.
Yeah.
And did Byakuya kill that pit fiend, or is he still up?
That's for the pit beam.
The Baylor, I mean, right?
The Baylor, he vanishes as well. He's like, I mean, you can tell, like, you recall him being severely wounded, and once he realized that, like, he attempted to teleport when he felt like when he knows that, felt like the dimensional band was probably ripped apart considering what was going on.
Mm. Wait a second. If the dimensional barrier is ripped apart, at least that means we have access to fucking. We finally have access to benign transposition.
Yeah, all teleportation magic is back. That's how we need it now, no more.
Right. Fuck, man. All right, so the souls are still there, which means the mission is still not complete.
The souls are destroyed.
No,
No,
they're
they're not
still there.
destroyed.
They're
Chloe's
still
gonna
there.
do Chloe's gonna do a what would that be? Knowledge planes?
Yeah.
Is that just like because he's probably thinking those the souls are just probably maybe like after images, after effect, like voices, not really the soul itself.
As Claudius is trying his best to like discern, like,
He's gonna roll
calculate and analyze
the
all these
knowledge check.
possibilities and theories in his head. Those strange little nagging voices that he's also hearing. He can make out Sarah Lynn's voice more and more.
Like an after image, like a specter, or like an actual like a
Like
conscious. Okay.
like a remnant of her trying to stay in existence and calling out to Claudius.
All right, Claudius is in then. Let's go.
Claudius is like Metsuwa obviously is like, I was ready for this. This is my moment. I was ready for this. Dives in with Nidrama flying in with him. I guess at this point, Valenum is like stoically walking in, like, well, guess we're doing this. So,
Does Claudius have,
characters,
does Claudius have a few rounds to cast a few spells? Or no? Just 2 or 3.
he said just 2 or 3. Maybe when he gets to when he gets to the other side, because as your characters go to the vortex, it felt like you were being torn apart. But you're not feeling any physical pain. It's extremely uncomfortable, extremely like just this otherworldly feeling, as if like none of this is supposed to be happening at all, as if you were in a dream, as if it's starting to feel like actual madness at this point. And then you enter a Sisyphus, but not the Sisyphus you remember exactly. You can make out moats of land in a sea, what appears to be like a sea of chaotic abyssal energies. And you can make out a few structures here and there, although there was one particular structure that you can make out in pieces, but definitely the largest, like, definitely the biggest structure that you see in this area. You see parts of that cathedral that your characters had visited when you first came to Sisyphus.
Wait, time out, Lou. So right now, imagining like there's no floor. It's just basically the Sisyphus itself is just floating moats of land. Is
There's
that what it
floating
is?
moats of like abyssal land with with some of those pus. Remember those big pus fucking like sacks that were found throughout those cysts.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Right.
somebody you see some of those cysts around. Basically, a lot of the familiar elements of a Sisyphus, but like in broken pieces of land.
So it looks like the whole plane is like shattered and just floating in free space.
It appears shattered, but as you look at it more, it's more like as if it was being reshaped. Shattered
Oh,
but
okay.
reshaped.
Gotcha.
And you can see, yeah, and I've already mentioned the cathedral part. Your characters are on a mode of, of this,
That's
a big
crazy.
chunk of this mode of land yourselves, right?
This is some Doctor Strange shit. Like that's pretty
I was
cool.
about to say, yeah, it's like something like that, pretty much. And so your character's standing there. You're like, you're trying to collect yourselves as quickly as you can, in case any danger is coming at you. And you start looking around. You can see the rest of the group. You can see Cynthia. You see Cynthia on the floor nearby. And you can see that yourselves are all standing like near each other in a circle, but like like when Delaney walked in, like you see Cynthia nearby, and like to his left you see Metzel, to his right you see like Zyno, and like but you appeared in like like a circular formation. All right, and you're looking around, you're like trying to spot Addie Marcus, only to quickly realize, wait a second. and he was directly behind your characters. He's directly behind your characters, um, with like this serene. He's in his angelic form, and he's got like this. It's just this. Your characters feel as if they're just getting lost in just like just the perfection of his facial expressions and the otherworldliness to it, and but you can see in his eyes it's just this vortex of like this madness, like just getting sucked into I almost feel like as if you're about to get sucked into like, which literally you are, into his world of madness. um, and you see like a tear like come down like, the eyes.
A tear of sorrow. Freedom, freedom at last.
But as a tear comes down, there's also like this horrifying smirk on his face, and in that instant, the first in that instant, your characters notice you feel like this rush, this it feels like a rush of wind all around you, but there was no wind. And you feel as if there's all sorts of vibrations all over your body, and the vibrations are like getting stronger and stronger, and you're like, but these vibrations seem very specific. It wasn't like your whole body was vibrating. It was like certain parts of your body was vibrating, and then you once again you quickly realized what it was. Every single piece of magical equipment that you're wearing was vibrating, and and you realize they were vibrating because the energy that's in them, the magical energies that are in them, are being torn asunder, and now your minds are doing their best to make sure that they collectively, you're mentally, you're trying your best to make sure to hold on, to help the magic in those items hold on to their to stay stable. Basically the effects of a disjunction spell, which is going to be a lot of will saving throws. Oh, and on top of that, every single spell, not magic items, but every single buff and spell that was on you guys, completely gone.
Oh man, I'm glad I didn't cast no buff before we left.
Damn, that's crazy. Well, shit.
Well, Cynthia automatically fails hers, right?
That looks dope.
So that means all her magical shit is gone.
Oh, you gotta see the, yeah.
It looks like pandemonium.
That's crazy, son.
That is so cool. We're like that.
So yeah, that's pretty much how I was imagining.
That's
it.
a lot of
Salvador Dali painting, like so surreal, like.
Yeah,
damn.
that's pretty much exactly how I was imagining it.
Man, we're in Endgame, boys. Guys, we're in Endgame.
As for the whatchamacallit, as for the shackled souls, you see them surrounding him, but it's at very, very faint.
There's gonna be like a double game. They're gonna get destroyed.
As if yeah, it's very faint, and but it's faint, but it's like you're it's strange. Even though you're in this plane, it just feels like pure evil and madness and chaos and all these abyssal energies. You have this like this strange, like a little glimmer of hope. Maybe it's because you see the soul still in existence, but barely, and that's what's giving you hope.
Are the souls inside of Marcus' body, or like
they're
like
like surrounded, kind of like iron stones, but they're around his body.
Mm.
But it's not like you can reach out and you can grab them and take them
Right,
because
right.
they're incorporeal. But
So it's a possibility if we take out all the markers, then he'll stop absorbing whatever's left of those souls. It's a possibility. Can I do an appropriate knowledge check for that? Knowledge Arcana.
what? Well, yeah. What's those of you with the high religion and arcana and the planar checks with with Cynthia's uh dying on the floor, but but with Claudius's knowledge, and even I think Valena even has some religious knowledge. So with you can discern that like he's uh he's not using all of the energy that that the souls was giving him. He used most of it to like escape and rip open the fabric and planar reality and get back home. And he's probably has plans to do something with the last of it, but you're not sure what. He doesn't need to doesn't need to use it to like empower himself. Considering one, he's back in
Home plane.
his home plane, so you notice that not only is he being empowered by like the energy that he took from
His own plane as well.
from the cage rights, but now the plane itself is infused him. Not infused him, but it's like him being in his home realm is like he's even stronger.
Right.
Got home field advantage.
Yep, home field advantage.
Like he would have been pretty tough just out the cage. Got extra strong because of the cage right souls that he deceived and destroyed and sucked up. Except for Theron's. And then and that was only some of the cage rights. Luckily, not all 13 of them were there. But still, you got power from that, and then now that he's home, he's got like he's almost a nigh god here in this place.
Right. I like that description. He is like the god of this domain, pretty much.
But even still, there's something calling out to your characters. You don't know what, you don't know why. You equate it to hope, but you can feel that it's something beyond that. And it's very faint, like extremely faint. And it's doing its best to keep yourselves mentally stable. Since your characters' minds are roiling with the literal insanity of what's going on right now, and your predicament, and how it is you're going to plan to win this. It's because it seems hopeless, but there's something still to hold on to. Whatever that is, the characters are going to have to find out next time. But yeah, he does a disjunction, which we're gonna roll. I'm gonna get a list of the will saves that I'm gonna need. I'm not gonna have every single item rolled. I'm gonna have the items rolled that affect your characters, and then as for the rest of the items, what I'll do is like if there's an item you're thinking of using, like say a potion or a scroll, whatever, I'll be like, okay, since you would like to use that, I'll have you roll the will save now. If you fail it, then the item's destroyed, and you can just I'll let you pick something else because obviously your character wouldn't know that it was destroyed.
Do we have to keep re-rolling, or can we just use a single roll that applies to every time we go to use a different item?
It would have to be a new roll because it's supposed to be a roll per item.
Okay.
So I would whatever I'd be like, all right, choose a different item because that one had gotten this. It's to save time rather than make like 50 fucking rolls. The only multiple rolls I'm gonna have you roll for are like the shit that actually, like your armor, your weapon.
So now my second thing that I was gonna say was since Scarlet is unattended, there's no saving throw for Scarlet.
It's dead. It's destroyed. The magic, I mean, not the weapon itself.
There's no magic on it besides flaming.
No, Oh, by itself. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
and like impart mind. That's it.
It will dispel the magic weapon on it, any other buff.
It would dispel the magic on it, but he can still use them.
It'll still be
Yeah,
alright.
no, it would only get rid of the flaming and the impart mind.
Yeah,
That's it.
yeah.
Yeah.
A magic weapon.
But he can
plus
still
5.
make use of it for sure. Yeah.
It'll
Right.
still be godlike. Okay.
He's like, we okay.
But yeah, I was
Pretty
just like
godlike.
confirming that. I was like, yeah, it's unattended, so there's no save and throw for it.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I'm
Yeah,
about to
as
say.
for Scarlet, it's about 15 feet away from Zino. He can see it on the floor.
Yeah, I'm.
Use the force trick, like.
They say
Wait.
damn.
I know
That's
what
a
he's
good
thinking
cliffhanger.
of doing. I'm gonna quick draw and shoot an unattended object and
That's literally what I was about to do.
shoot it so that when it hits the fuck my bullet like puts inertia
That's
on it to like flip it up into the air, and it flips and twirls into the air towards my direction, and I catch it in midair.
Sounds like shenanigans.
It can move.
Sounds
It's
like
called
a
scoot
gunslinger.
item.
Sounds like a gunslinger.
I could ricochet shot and push that thing right next to me.
It's called scoot item, I think.
A scoot. Where
Is that a standard action?
I have a
scoot
feedback.
Yeah.
unattended object.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're better off just using a move action and pick it up while you're moving.
It works against a tiny or smaller unattended object.
Damn.
Large item, right? Medium or large? Is it right?
He's medium sized, so a tiny weapon for a medium sized character,
Dagger.
yeah, would be like a dagger.
Damn, that's crazy.
Okay, yeah, light weapons are 2 sizes smaller. One-handed weapons are 1 size smaller. And two-handed weapons, which is what the rifle is considered to be the same size as the character. So yeah, it's a medium object.
All right, guys, that's a good cliffhanger, man.
GG's. Good night, guys.
That was worth the wait, Lou. I'm glad you were healthy, man.
Where's the avatar at? What our markers look like? Oh, you don't have that yet.
Oh. Did I add him in here?
We about to
Oh, shoot.
juicy.
Post that the what's up group so Darren can see that. Maybe he'll show up to the Artie Marcus fight.
Oh, I didn't even save him
Hand me
here.
one
What the
down.
fuck?
He got to show up for at least the last final dude, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Don't got time to play Final Fantasy 11. Don't got time to play D&D.
Just take a vacation for the
He's
last.
back on 11?
Yeah.
I thought I heard somebody mention that. He jumped
Horizon
back on
11.
11?
It's a new private server, Horizon 11. It's like the way the game was before. Without all
Oh my god.
these level 100 shit.
No. You mean the way it was before where we were all ripping our hair out? Or at least I was?
It's a lot easier to level up though, because it's like a ring. You got a low level from what I heard. And yeah, it's quicker to like gain level.
I heard eventually it became as easy as like World of Warcraft, and I probably would have
not
enjoyed
not that easy though, because like there's not.
Well, no, I meant there was a point in FF11 where it was as easy as World of Warcraft, which I would have enjoyed a lot more. But
Yeah, all
playing.
those guys back in in the WhatsApp chat, they all went back into it.
Yeah.
FF11. Why not 14 though? What's wrong with 14?
I would have gone on. Oh, I ain't gonna lie though. I would have gone also. I might even join.
14's like so
I
much
just
better.
like playing. It's like when I play games though. Like I enjoy playing on the PlayStation better, and that game is only for PC. Although I
What
got,
is?
I got a new PC now though, so I can play it. Lewis, could you put a?
And plus 14 is like the top
Can you
MMO.
play
It's the top
controller
MMO
on
right
PC?
now. Like
Can you
still.
play?
It's literally competing with World of Warcraft right now.
What?
I'm sticking with Lost Ark. I'm invested in that game too much.
I've been playing Elden Ring myself on PlayStation. That game is fun.
Even though it's a brand new server and everything, it still left me in such a bad taste in my mouth. I can never really go back to that game.
That game was awesome.
Which game?
Final Fantasy.
That's why you gotta trust
11.
Oh, 11? Oh, hell no. That would fuck 11.
I can't. I don't like the idea of de-leveling when you die and shit. I'm not cool with that.
It makes it more serious. Like, oh shoot, you gotta be freaking good. Don't freaking die, de-level.
I would
Mm,
like. I couldn't imagine spending hundreds of hours in a
It's
game
just
and then lose a level. No, I
I
would.
love
right. Like
it.
I don't
It just
want
takes a lot of time, bro.
Antonio, you dodged a bullet with that game. I'm gonna tell you that.
Nah, that game of Lewis, no, I gotta defend it. That
Uh,
was one of the best games I ever played.
man.
no,
Even traveling
Weird.
in that game. Think
yo,
about traveling in that game takes
traveling in the
time.
bro. It took me 2 hours to get anywhere. I was like,
I don't have the time.
2004. It was cross-platform, PC and PlayStation 2 able to play
I'll
it.
give it that. The
That
cross
game was a
platform was
marvelous.
beautiful, and what I don't
Pleasure.
understand is I wish FF14 was cross platform like that, but
It is.
with PC, Xbox, and
I believe so. Well, it's not on. I believe it's between PC and
it is for PC and PlayStation, but not Xbox.
I never realized
It's not
how
on
rare
Xbox
that
at
is.
all.
Hey, I'm trying to. I was gonna.
FF11 surprisingly had Xbox
My
support.
son, he
It
plays.
had
My
it,
son,
it
he
did
likes
have that.
the person who plays the PC, right? I was gonna get him Elden Ring on PC, so then I could play on my PlayStation. I'm like, oh, it's not cross-platform. I'm like, get the hell out of here. We're in 2023, and these games they're not making them cross-platform. When Final Fantasy 11, 2003, my son go to play on the PC, and I'm playing on the PlayStation. It's
I
freaking
know
annoying.
exclusivity is pissing people off now. It's just like, come on, some of these games need to be cross platform.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but some of them.
Oh yeah, it's silly.
But fucking. Like I can understand a game that's an individual IP for the fucking company being, you know, maybe only cross-platform with PC only or not at all. Okay, that makes sense. It's your shit. But if it's a game, if it's a fucking publisher that like wants everyone involved and they got their shit on Xbox, PC, and like then fucking make it cross-platform. What are you
That's
doing?
exactly what Atlas did. The moment their contract was up with Sony, they put their game on everything. The
Right.
moment that Persona 5 is on everything now.
But what am I gonna say? So I'm curious. Did they say
All right,
why
guys.
they don't play FF14, or they just have that nostalgia? They wanted to go back to FF14.
It's nostalgia. Samuel started playing it first, Matt Samuels.
Yeah.
So he.
Sorry, guys.
All right, man.
Good night, Matt. Yeah, Samuel started playing it first, and I mean, I even made an account also, but I haven't like really like I. Can you even use a PS4 controller on a PC? I never even tried that. I think you can.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Like I said, maybe I'll try it. I know Darren is playing like with Samuels. Dogma is playing as well. Who else?
I can't believe they went back to that.
How many
What the fuck is wrong with 14 though? 14's
They just
godlike.
play 14. Like, I don't understand why y'all just keep holding off on this game. I don't get it at this
They're
point.
playing. It's for nostalgia, man.
We're old,
It's
man.
just for
We're old. We're old geezers. Well, not you.
and Antonio, there literally is no other reason for them to jump back on FF11 other than nostalgia. That's
No,
all it is, bro.
Horizon 11 is a private server, so no guild sellers, none of that nonsense.
Right.
There's like nothing almost in the auction house, so it's not like like before, like it just got like out of control. Peaks of charm, million.
Oh my god! As soon as the Japanese were pissed, they were pissed.
Right. The game feels right now like if it just like came out for the first time in Japan.
Yo, Antonio, Japan had it for a year before they stuck the Americans in there. Japan had shit running smoothly, like clockwork, especially the auction houses. You know, it was a fair economy in there. As soon as fucking Americans got in there, bro, it was hard to befriend Japanese people in there because they hated us. They hated everybody. They were like,
I
"You
can understand that.
fuck this goddamn game up, and we're stuck playing with you." And oh man, they did not. I don't blame them either. Oh man, that auction house got so fucked up. It was yeah. It was that American capitalism just fucked everything up.
It's no different in 14 either. It's hard to make money in 14 with the marketplace.
Right.
Because capitalism,
it's stupid. Well, here's what I don't understand. Obviously, in real life, it's like damn near like it's actually an idealism for like to be any sort of real regulation with our capitalism. It's a pipe dream, but in a video game, there should be a regulation system. There should not be any issues putting regulatory fucking like policies or rules when it comes to the auction houses. But they don't fucking do it. It's like there's so many ways you can make these auction houses and crafting and making money in here. better and equalize it, because it's a
Yeah,
fucking game. You control it. This ain't real life, and dealing with Congress and all this other bullshit and corporations. Fucking fix your auction house shit. Make it more fair for all the goddamn players, because it's
You
stupid.
you have guilds and free companies just buying shit up and like clearing it out, and then upcharging it
Oh
up
my
to an
god,
absorbent amount.
stupid.
It
They
happens
need to
so
put
fucking often.
antitrust laws in these fucking games. That's what they need to do,
like real life.
and actually enforce it, and actually really enforce it. That's all they got to do.
Yeah.
They don't even need to sit there. They don't even need to literally sit there. Just set up a program to enforce that shit. Done. Walk away. Whatever. These fucking people that make no goddamn sense. Yeah, it was like that at FF11. Like, um, fucking playing a ranger, you had your ammunition. When you played a ranger in the game, they would go with the range weapons, but you needed to buy your ammunition or craft them.
Hmm.
So what did you need to do to craft them? Well, either get the materials yourself, which was easier to do as a ranger, because rangers was the only job in FF11 that could detect like what monsters were in the area on the map. Problem with that game was is that you weren't the only one hunting. Like, if there were 10 other people in your area that you needed from this particular monster that you can solo to get the material, there's 10 other people, and you had to compete with them. There was so many times I'm like, oh, ram skin. Remember ram skin? And fucking man, let me get some ram skin. I go to get one, somebody else snags the monster. And it's like, oh my fucking god. Gotta sit there for like maybe run around for another 5-10 minutes looking for another one to spawn. Or to just be hanging around. And then you go to get close to it, yeah, I'm gonna claim this motherfucker. Somebody fucking comes out of nowhere and claims that shit. Oh my god. It was then, right? That's just spend hours just trying to collect the materials, and fuck it, I'll make my own arrows, right? Oh man, if you're like, no, you know what? Let me go to an auction house and buy the materials to make my arrows. It costed more money. It costed triple the fucking price to
You're
get the materials to
you're
get
playing
the to get the
class.
materials to craft the ammunition than it did to just buy the ammunition.
You're playing the high maintenance class, a very powerful one too. I
Oh
was
my
playing the
god.
book. Like this don't cost money. You got a good pair of freaking cestus.
Yeah,
That's
I
it.
remember. Yeah, I forgot what level. I think it was like 65 with Ranger. Yeah, it was like 65. Um, at that level, like if you wanted to have the best, damage rating, you get the demon arrows, right? I was not affording no goddamn. Demon arrows was like 12,000. I think it was like at the time it was like fucking 18,000 gil, right? For like one stack of
I
99
heard the
fucking
story too
arrows.
that you were cheap. That
One stack. Oh my
when
god.
you go on
So
X
I
parties,
cheat, yo, Antonio. I cheese the system, right? I would join these parties, right? I would
I,
have, I would have the demon arrows equipped, right?
Antonio,
Because
Rangers
they
give
can,
it
because
to
they,
him.
yeah, because they can inspect your gear, right?
When people saw Lewis's Ranger,
So,
why is this Ranger doing?
so, so these motherfuckers would be like, all right, cool. He's got a decent bone. He's got demon arrows. So, fucking, I, in the middle. Oh shit. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the middle of a fight, I would switch to my cheap ass iron arrows and just do my shit, right? And unless you were sitting there analyzing my damage, nobody really noticed. And I think at one time I had one guy analyze it. He was like, "Hey, what's with your damage?" I'm like, "I don't know, man. I got these." He's like, "I don't understand how you're doing that, and you got demon arrows." I'm like, "I don't know either." And then we start another fight with a mob, and you got to pay attention to what you're doing, and do your it's kind of like FF14 when it came to like the group battles. And but I would switch my shit. Oh my god. You had to. You fucking had to, man. A stack of 99 arrows went in an instant. It was
Mhm.
it was gone in like 3 fights. I would
That's crazy. You have to craft your
I would
own
I would
freaking.
I
That's
would
crazy.
do well, no, you could buy it. And it was obviously cheaper for me to buy than to make it myself. If I was to buy the materials and make it, I'd have been spending triple the fucking price. So it was better for me to just buy it from the auction house And then, but the auction houses were still overpriced. Now, like I said, I could just go out there and get the materials myself. Problem is, I'm competing with like 10 other fucking people trying to get the
Yeah.
same. Then you gotta, and the drops weren't guaranteed. If I needed demon horns to like make demon arrows or to get, well, I wasn't into woodcraft. Matt was into woodcraft, so I was like, cool, you can make my arrows. I'll give you my fucking materials. I go out, I could kill 3 demons and not get 1 drop. And killing those 3 demons took me fucking 30 minutes. Like everything in that game, slow, Antonio. It was slow. It was slow for everything. That's why we spent hours. Hours. Relationships were almost ruined. Marriages were fucking destroyed. Destroyed. Pagan's first marriage ended because of that shit. So did Enrique.
Yo, what?
Yeah. That fucking game destroyed marriages, bro.
There was this player called Baggins or whatever.
No. He was It wasn't Baggins. It was
He was bagging other players' girls. He'll talk to them in the game.
No, is it Baggins? It was sort of a B, but it wasn't.
I remember it was, who was, I don't know who it was. So I know he had like a fly name, and he was like, "Hey, adventure," and he was like, with Pagan's girl.
Yo, he was hitting on people's wives, and he got 2 of them. He broke up 2 relationships, Antonio.
What?
Broke up 2 relationships.
Yeah, like he will meet up with these girls in real life. I'm like, wow, okay, wives to other. Well, there you go. That's why you keep your gaming life separate from your wife's house.
Absolutely.
Right? Your wife has her own hobbies. I got my own
Yo,
hobby.
what's crazy was this guy was also in this. What's crazy is this guy lived in New York. He was in Brooklyn.
Yeah,
I'm surprised Pagan and Enrique didn't find the guy and fucking beat his ass. But I mean, shit.
Well, how do I say this? If
it's also it's definitely also the woman's fault mainly.
It's the woman's fault,
in
right?
that situation, sure.
Right. Well, I'm gonna risk going to jail.
Right.
I'm gonna risk going to jail because you're not worth it. You're not worth it.
Right. It's just crazy though. I'm like,
yeah. I had an opposite experience because remember, like when I started playing, I ended up in a different server than you guys by mistake.
Yeah, you went to the wrong server.
Because I missed such. I felt Lewis.
You eventually switched over. I think when they allowed server switches,
you guys were gone. I switched over because they didn't have that before. I couldn't switch servers.
Yeah, for a while. Yeah, man, you couldn't switch.
I was so pissed at you. I was so pissed at you guys because like when I was playing in my own server, Lakshmi, it's like I was part of like the Band of the Hawks, man. It was like so cohesive. I love those people. Like these people I met online. That's why I have such a positive experience.
How did that happen? Nobody told you what server to join?
I don't know. Yeah.
And then you just started playing for a while. How long did you play before you realized?
Like a year? I don't know. But anyway, so eventually you could switch servers, right?
Yeah.
It was like 2 years later. So I switched server. You weren't playing no more. Watson wasn't playing no more.
Oh, yeah. You finally came. I remember now. You finally came to the server when I
was playing was your brother, Josh. So me and him were doing duels all the time, going in on adventures, which was fun. I enjoyed playing with your brother. We were like, doing duels on NMs and all these creatures.
Yeah.
You remember those red samurai things? The not the occult, the good ones.
I didn't know.
Midnight. Me and him, we do all that. I switched to my rep mage. He switched to his thief, so you go get the treasure finder. Oh yeah, you know me. I like my main. So my main was the monk. He was 75.
I remember that.
I got my rep mage to 75 as well. And also ninja to 75. Those are like my 3 main classes.
I didn't get anything to 75. I couldn't even beat the guy to break the level 70 limit. I fought him and he fucking whipped my ass. I was like, "Are you shitting me?"
I think that was his character.
I needed better equipment to fucking. I couldn't beat my Ranger Master. I never got the 75 in that game.
And Louis, and the thing is that the best gear in the game, believe it or not, the best gear in the game you didn't buy. You actually had to like earn it.
Well, no, yeah, a lot of those items, the good ones, you had.
All my gear was rare EX, meaning that people will look at it, examine. Oh shit, you can't buy that.
Crazy though, yo, Antonio. They were coming out with these mobs, these fucking boss things, right?
Oh yeah, you needed like 10, 20 people.
You needed like
20, 30 people.
You needed like 80 fucking people to join an alliance to fucking beat this shit.
As for certain, they call them
Yo, some of these fights were like
monks were like useless against some of those. That's why I love the rep mage.
Some of
Ninja.
these fights, the minute you begin, everybody had to be on clockwork, Antonio, for like
Yep.
3-4 hours straight. One battle.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
One
3 hours.
battle.
And
Could you
a
imagine
party,
sitting there
a party
fighting
was
for
like 6
3,
people,
4
and you
hours,
could do
and you're
alliance.
still
No, I'm quitting. I'm sorry.
and you still lose, right?
Oh, I'm quitting. No, that's an
Well,
uninstall. That's an uninstall.
Yeah. You could do a party of 6 people, and you could have an alliance up to 18 people. No, if you had a great cohesive team, dude, you could do them like quick, 30 minute, 1 hour. But if you got a bunch of
No,
people,
they had monsters and no man, they had monsters. I was reading some of these articles. They had
dude,
monsters.
I was
Tiamat. I
never
heard
get
Tiamat was
dynamic.
like a 2-hour
I
fight.
beat Sky. I beat C. At the time, they had a new expansion to the east, whatever. I did that crap also. That's when I stopped playing. Yeah, you just gotta have a good team, a good LS.
Now, yes, the joy is like, yeah, we beat it. Like, but come on. It was come on. We all know. We wanted that drop. And here's the thing, Antonio, it didn't drop all the time, right?
No, I didn't.
You could fight a mob. It was so fucking random. You could fight these hard ass fucking mobs. Took you
I got a black belt.
hours to beat, right? Or right,
I got a
fucking
black
3
belt.
times and there was no drop. Or maybe you get it lucky and it drops the first time. Or maybe you're unlucky and you finally kill it the 10th time and it finally drops, right? So could you imagine could you imagine a major ass drop from like an alliance group and and you guys beat this monster like 4 times already, right? And it drops. Now you gotta figure out who the fuck is gonna keep it.
Yeah.
Out of like fucking 40 people.
Some people have
Man,
systems. Some LS were more. LS were like link shells, like the groups. Some of them were more organized than others. Like they will have like a system.
Well,
For
I understand the system.
every raid that you went, they say they'll give you 100 points. So they'll be like, all right, you have like 600 points. You get to like.
So it was like a seniority thing, eventually.
Like a seniority thing, right? Like you go right, exactly. So like for each raid that you went, at least in the LS that I was in, each raid that you went, you will get like 100 points, 100 points. And then you get to, if you have like 1,000 points and you haven't used it, but you're saving it to like get first dib on the on the item that you want. That's how I got my black belt, because there was like 3 H&M, the freaking I forgot, Behemoth.
Yeah.
That dude only pop up like once a week, real time, real life.
Antonio, these things they had a spawn time, and sometimes you had to wait a week before they could spawn back up. Oh.
For
hate
2,
that game.
Yeah, I was able to get 2 of the items, the black belt like that, and then the third item, the egg, adamantoise or whatever. I'm thinking of Pokemon, but it was like this giant turtle.
Yeah.
That one I negotiated, like, because it's a very common drop.
Oh, you talking about Gembu?
Yeah, not Gembu. That's Sky. It was
okay.
It was a sea turtle.
Oh, okay. It's probably I think it was Adamantoise then.
They were considered the Land Kings. Behemoth was one of them. I forgot the other. And then
so it was Adamantoise then.
Then that dragon has like a Nordish type name, like Thor type. I forgot that dragon, Near whatever.
Okay.
And then the turtle. And the last item that I needed, I remember that I'm like that. It was a very common drop. I told them, hey guys, I just went there basically. You had to negotiate. I'm like, hey guys, if you guys don't need the egg, I'll pay you guys 100,000 gil. And, oh yeah, sure. And I gave them 100,000 gil. They gave me the egg. I'm like, shit. I got my freaking black belt. And black belt is like the best belt in the entire game.
I remember Mike.
12% haste.
It was like a 24-hour spawn you had to wait?
Yeah.
I remember Mike sat there for a whole fucking week waiting for that thing to spawn. And I mean, he would kill it, but he was just waiting for the drop. I don't know how many times he killed it before he got the drop, but...
Yeah. I can't do it again. Like, at the time, I was not married, didn't have kids. I don't think I could do that now.
Shit, well, yeah, no. Hell no. That game...
Like I said, I had a more positive experience than you guys did. When I stopped playing was like before like this new expansion came out, that I was like at the top of the game. I had like everything. I remember seeing my character King Lu like decked out in his gear. I bet that account probably still exists. Haven't logged on in 20 years, but all right, time to go.
Yeah. All I know is that Antonio, it was definitely the hardest, most time consuming fucking MMO. That will listen. Hold on. It was the hardest, most time-consuming MMO that will ever exist, and also never exist because
The storyline was good too.
That's saying something because 14 is time consuming. It is
oh
very
no, bro,
time
bro,
consuming.
listen. Here's the funny thing, bro. Fucking after playing FF11 for 2 years, every MMO that I played after that felt like fucking easy mode to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
FF14 was a fucking breath of fresh air.
It was not
It was
14
such a. It was fun. Yes, there was grinding, but the grinding wasn't. It didn't take too. I mean, it could take long, but it didn't feel that long to me. Especially when I was comparing everything to FF11. I was like, wow, FF14. And you know what? Yo, I can't remember any of the music in FF11. Probably, FF14 music is fucking shit.
The fucking
Yo,
bruh.
FF14 music.
You know,
Yo, I can still remember Titan's theme music in my fucking like.
That shit, and it go, man, it gets,
The
it only
music
gets
at
better.
FF14 is so fucking godlike. The storyline, the gameplay, like I when I was playing, I did everything. And here's the funny thing: I did everything, and like some of it was hard, but like I got through it. I managed to go through everything. It was fun being able to spend time on FF14, right, and accomplishing everything, even the hardest shit. Accomplishing it, feeling like I've accomplished something, and then realizing, wow, I can chill and do other shit until they expand the game. And when
Yep.
they expanded the game, I have a bunch more shit to do and have fun with until the next fucking like. I didn't feel like I had to grind 24/7. Like it was a game that was definitely. I mean, it's a game that's definitely friendly to both hardcore and casual players. And I got to enjoy both sides of it. I did the hardcore shit and I did the casual shit. I was happy that I beat turn 5 right before they nerfed it. Right before they fucking nerfed it.
Turn 5 now, since you're level 90, is just, you don't even think
like turn 5, classic turn 5 before, like when it first came out, and before, because they were planning, they told everybody this. They were planning to like update it to make it easier, and I was pissed. I was like, no, fuck this shit. I've been challenging myself this entire time. I'm going to make sure I beat turn 5 before they nerf this shit. And I think it was like 2 days before they did the nerf to the fucking turn 5. I was with a group and we did it. I was like, oh my god. That was when I stopped. I did, because that was like pretty much the last thing to do in FF14 at the time. And I did jump back on with the expansion for a little bit, and then I jumped back off because I think not as many of the guys was playing anymore. And
it's basically a single player game at this point.
Yeah, I've noticed that you could play it like that now.
They've
Especially
all
now,
the way up to this point, you can play it single player.
The entire game is a single player or no?
You could play it that way.
You could play single player because they have now.
But what about the
NPCs
raid
that will
shit,
run
though?
the dungeons with you?
Who? They have NPCs
They
that
now
run.
have NPCs that will
Are
let
you
get
shitting
with-
me? What?
Yeah,
They got what?
They got NPCs to help you on raids. You don't even need to
Yeah.
join people.
because a lot of the raids are dead raids now. So
Really?
the ones, especially ones that you have to play to continue the story, they just have you do NPCs with them.
So, yeah.
You don't get the greatest drops, but you get through the story.
Okay, so if you want the better drops, you go in with a group.
You got to go with a party.
Okay. So there is an incentive.
Yes, and adding New Game Plus to the game just made everything better.
They got New Game Plus.
They got New Game Plus.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, the story was fun too. I like that. I like the story. The FF11 story didn't feel like it was fucking going anywhere. I was like, what the fuck?
No.
I didn't even understand half the FF11 story.
FF11 story. If you did like the country's mission that went up to like rank 10, it was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, up to a certain point. Yeah, it was pretty good.
Chain of Promathia was very good. That was C. It kind of reminds me a little bit of like this picture you have here for like Carceri.
Okay,
Chain of Promathia, the Empties. That was a great storyline there. It looks so surreal, like you're like in another dimension.
Right.
Surreal. And then obviously God you were familiar with. People who were in God all the time. Where it becomes a grind fest because people were like obsessed with like fighting NMs just to get gear drops. But if you like focus like on the story itself,
you know what? I tried to do that. I was like, hey, I just want to do the missions.
I got through all the quests. I remember Darren, like before he quit, like he was just, he is. He only cares about the gear.
Right.
His country mission, he only got it to like 6 because I remember like looking him up.
Yeah.
6. That's it. I'm like, what? Just enough to be able to get a sky. That's it. I got my stuff to 10 because I wanted the story. It's not like you were gonna get nothing.
It was like that with Rise of Xylart, the first
Yeah,
expansion.
yeah, you weren't gonna get like
People,
nothing.
people
incredible.
only went. I think people only went up to like 14 or some shit like that. I'm like, no, I want to do the story.
Yeah, I did the story for all of them. Like as far before I stopped playing, whatever story they had available, I played the entire like story arc. I found it very.
I went to do.
And even the side missions, they
Yeah.
had a lot of side missions too, a lot of side quests.
Yo, Antonio, one of the most frustrating things. All right, I'm gonna say this story before I go because this was like one of the big straws of, that made me want to like break this game fucking half and just like put me on the road to quitting. So I wanted to do Rise of Xylart Mission 16, which was do you remember Charter? Do you remember the jungle place, and then to the south there was a Toneberry
Yes.
the Toneberry ruins. Okay,
I remember that.
so I think that was Mission Xylart 16, right? And I wanted to get it done. So Matt wanted to get it done too. So me and Matt were Watson. So me and him were like, all right, let's try and get a party together because I think you had to get 12 people together for that one. So we spent 2 hours just trying to get enough people to want to do it. Okay, that's 2 hours. Then, for some reason, it took 2 hours for everybody to get there. So that's 4 hours gone already, right? Just to get a party together and then to finally get everybody at the ruins, right? I don't know why it took so long, but like,
and Dogma and everybody else, they weren't playing.
I mean, what the problem was is that we were doing things together in the beginning, and then everybody started doing like their own shit.
Yeah. They joined their own clique, right? Their own.
They either joined like their own clique, their own thing, or they were just doing their own thing, and that pissed me off every time. I told him, I'm like playing MMOs with you guys fucking sucks because because you guys are assholes in the game. Like, what do you mean you're assholes? Because you guys you team up with like the best of friends in the fucking game for like maybe the first month or two, and then next thing I know, you guys are just doing your own shit and you don't give a shit about us anymore. Like, fuck you. Seriously, like, fuck you.
That was funny.
But you have no loyalty in the game whatsoever. Like I hate that shit. I fucking hate it. Me and Watson, it was always me. It always came down to me and Watson. Me and Watson were the only two. We were just the only duo that stuck through, that did everything together. Everybody else just fell apart or did their own shit, or they were like, I don't know what it is, but that solo mentality, I guess. But anyway,
Samuels loves to play solo. Get all like the best
right.
stuff. Yeah.
I'm a team player. I've like those kind of games aren't fun for me unless I'm enjoying the experience of somebody that's like in my circle. But like if I'm playing it by myself, I'm gonna get bored very very fucking quickly because I'm not I don't want to play a game like that just for me. I want to play for the camaraderie. It's a fucking MMO. It's a multiplayer experience. I want the the camaraderie. The fuck. I'm not in it for the loot. I'm not in it for anything. I just want to have fun with my friends. It's like, but if you're gonna do your own shit, then fuck you. Then I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna go play PlayStation. I don't need this MMO shit. But anyway,
has so many fucking classes. Holy shit.
So anyway, we get to so it's 4 hours. We get to the fucking site, right? So what we're told is, okay, everybody, please be ready to use invisibility, and what's that other spell? The one that makes silent and invisibility, right? To get through most of this place. They're like, if you don't have silent and invisibility,
you kind of expect it to be self-sufficient, yeah.
Then you better have the silent powders and the other shit, the prism, whatever that makes you invisible. Mm-hmm. I didn't have any of that. I looked in the auction house. I didn't want to buy any of that. So I was like, first, no, Pachoto, here's the thing though. Here's the thing though. I didn't understand why we would need to waste our money on that. We had half the group as mages. Just cast a spell, your MP recharges in like 2 seconds.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
That's all they had to do. Just make sure. Yeah, they had fucking refresh. Like, cast a spell when it runs out. No, they didn't want to be bothered with casting the fucking spells, right? So we're like halfway through it, and the mages got so annoyed at me and Matt needing like the spells to be put on, they just stopped doing it. They left me and Matt put the whole party together, and then they left us behind in the middle of a dungeon, surrounded by monsters that could kill us instantly
One shot.
and make us and make us lose our level that we took hours to fucking earn, right? And I'm typing to these guys like, what the fuck? Just cast a spell. Your MP recharges. It didn't matter how much logic I threw at them. They didn't give a fuck. They were annoyed at having to cast a spell on their ally just for us to get through the fucking mission. A simple 2-second thing every now and then, you know, they got annoyed by it. Everybody got annoyed. And they bro, so we... So I was like, fuck you guys. I was like, all right, Matt, let's get the fuck out of here. Let's try and get out of here alive because I don't want to D-level. He's like, me neither. Bro, it was the scariest fucking moment in my fucking life. Like me and Matt had to maneuver out of those ruins, and then not only out of the ruins, but out of the fucking jungles to get back to that fucking town. We spent the next hour. Meanwhile, these fuckers finished the goddamn mission without us.
Even though you guys were the ones
Even though we were the ones that put it together. They left us behind and they were like, nope. You should have had prism powders. You should have had silent oils. Fuck you, cast the goddamn spell. Your MP recharges in 2 seconds. Holy shit. You want me to spend 9K per fucking stack of fuck you. Then give me 50K so I can buy the shit. Anyway, fucking yo, we spent no, it wasn't even an hour, it was an hour and a half. We successfully got out of there alive and we got back and I got on the phone with Matt. I'm like, yo, I'm losing so much interest in this game very, very fucking quickly. That was a waste of my life. I could have been putting the D&D campaign together. This was fucking pointless. He got fed up too. I mean, me and him got fed up for a lot of the same reasons. I mean, and it got to the point. It got to the point where we were like, you know what?
Matt was very trusting though. You remember?
Oh, yo, he got catfished. He got catfished.
What?
He got what?
Oh, he got catfished.
Yo, I love Matt. Matt is such. He's a big, strong guy, but he has a pure soul.
There was another dragoon that was helping him. Yo, but
he was
but
like the drop that a monster would drop, right? It looked like a freaking like a beholder, right? It drops his hat, the optical hat, that gives you like accuracy, right? Increase, nice accuracy. Right?
Yeah.
Very up deep. So we were like hunting it. Well, I was not there. I mean, from the story that I heard, he helped some person to get it.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
He had to go to work or school, not sure.
Yep.
So this guy that was like one of his BFF in game, not somebody that he knows in real life.
No, he was talking to him for a few months. It was for a while. He thought it was a girl. He thought it was a girl.
Oh wow, even worse.
Oh, he got catfished.
He thought it was a girl.
So he's like, yo, do me a favor, just keep on, hunting the monster here. I'm gonna give you my account. So like when he came back the next day, he had the hat all right. They got him the hat, the rare hat.
Oh, he did have the hat, but they took everything else.
They got him the hat, but took everything else, all his gear, gold, money.
Yo,
Never saw Watson ever again in that game. So.
And it was hard to play Dragoon as it was. It was so hard.
Yeah, man. I was like,
nobody wanted a Dragoon. It got so bad, Antonio, that Dragoon parties got together just so they can join up with each other. And then each Dragoon would have a sub job. I think two of the Dragoons in the 6-person party would make sure they would have sub job white mage just to have healers.
Because you don't really have a lot of MP.
They were Dragoon parties.
Why did they hate Dragoon?
They just sucked. But Matt, and a bunch of other Dragoons really wanted to make it work.
Lewis, ironically, after Matt quit,
they made him better. No, I know.
They did a major patch because even the whole community used to complain. Hold on, Dragoon is super under, and it's true. Dragoon was very under.
It was the worst. It was the worst.
A white mage does more damage, and they're not even a damage dealer. Like, what the hell? Anyway, but they fixed that class. They made it like that they could even do like self-skill chain and the creature, that little wyvern.
Oh yeah, they pumped they buffed the shit out of it after he had already quit.
shit, they weren't messing around with him no more. There was almost like
No, so what was that? What's that? Beastmaster, right? So me and Matt, right before we quit, we are like, you know what? Why don't we go back in
yeah,
the game?
I thought you guys were gonna make Beastmasters.
Well,
I
here's the
remember.
thing, because we noticed that the only class that you could solo in the game with and get good equipment and do what you want was Beastmaster. You know, although the problem with Beastmaster was nobody wanted to party with them, which was fine with us. Nobody wanted to party with them because their pet counted as an extra character for dividing XP. So it would count as 7 characters instead of 6. That's why nobody wanted to join Beastmasters. So Beastmasters were solo. It was the only job you could solo with. So me and Matt were like, "Yo, why don't we just play fucking Beastmaster Duo, and just fucking just you and me play fucking Beastmasters the rest of the game?" But yeah, I was like, you know what? It's a good fucking idea.
I remember you guys were doing
Yo,
that.
as soon as we were like, we had settled on that. Yo, the next day, the fucking patch came out, and everybody was like, "Yeah, they nerfed Beastmaster." And I read the information. I was like, "Yo, man, we can't even do this." He was like, "What?" He was like, "They just nerfed the Beastmaster." And I told him, he was like, "What?" He was like, "Are you fucking?" He's like, "I'm done." I'm like, "I know, I'm done. They don't want this game. Doesn't want us to have any fun whatsoever. Fuck this game."
I'm sorry, Lou. You had all that bad experience. Like to me, it was like the opposite.
It's
You know,
horrible. I think it's just too time consuming.
that I agree with. My only pet peeve with the game
It was
is
hard as fuck. It was too time consuming.
it's like in the beginning of the game, like let's say you want to travel from one side of the world to the other, it will literally take you hours. Like the world is huge. And then I remember like when you get those air pass, because you have to do a quest, and now you can take the airships to from one city to the other city, go to Juno. That was fun. And oh yeah, and then you have like the people, white mages and black mages, teleporters to get you to like those like special places. But
Yep.
you have to pay them though. They're like taxis. They're like 10,000. But I don't blame them. That's the way that they were able to make money. Hey, 10,000 GP to get you. I'll teleport you from here to here. All right. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I used to charge for teleports too. I remember
Yeah,
that.
that was a good way to make quick, easy buck.
Then I started undercutting the fucking sales. People was getting mad. I was like 100 gil for a teleport.
Yeah, you're trolling now. You're trolling.
Oh man, and people took it. But the other white mages, they were getting because the base was 500. I think it was 300 for like 2 of the places, and then there was one teleport where they charged 500 or whatever. But that's how every white mage agreed. That was the price they agreed on. Here I come out of fucking
White
nowhere.
guild. You guys
Right,
have
it
to.
was a guild, right? It was like I was like, oh, so
Who's an outsider? Who's a renegade?
I was like, this is how mercantile guilds work in a fantasy game. Okay, now I understand.
Man. Only white mages could do those freaking teleports.
But then here I came out of nowhere, and I was just like, 200 for a
See,
teleport.
there was no. That's the problem in 14.
They were
There's
pissed.
no problem with undercutting. It's when you undercut by like 2,000, 3,000. Then you're basically crashing the fucking market.
Right.
I put a lot of work and materials into this bullshit.
Oh my god, these MMOs though. But FF14.
So I'm gonna try 11, and then I looked at how it downloads, bro. It downloads in 4 fucking parts. That's a fucking lot.
Are you able to play it the classic way, Patano?
Are you putting Legacy, Horizon 11?
Legacy?
Legacy, yeah. Horizon 11. That's the one that the guys are playing.
Do
it's
you do Legacy.
Got to log in.
I don't know how. I don't know shit.
No. If you download,
I might though.
No, the FF11, the current one that has like 20,000 expansion pack. That's easy mode.
No, yeah. No, I know that. I'm talking. You said there's a legacy mode that they got.
Legacy mode right now.
Now is it? I mean, is it like the way it was when we started out?
It was how it started out.
Oh my god! So,
but they do have I don't know if they added some stuff. They do have like this ring that you could start out with.
Yeah.
So you could get experience points quicker. So like like when you're soloing from like level 1 to like 15.
All right, so Antonio, play Legacy and take the ring off.
And
then you'll experience the bullshit that I had.
If you play Legacy, if you play Legacy, Antonio, look up the name Tessius. That's Matt Samuels.
Yeah, look up Tessius.
Tessius is there. He's
Legacy. Take the ring off.
He's playing when he plays in D&D, a rogue, a thief. No, yo, no. I know that him and me, we had our differences, but me and him, we chill a lot. We were seeing a movie the other day.
I would have enjoyed camping monsters more if you didn't. If you didn't, I would enjoy camping monsters in that game if you didn't have to compete with like every other motherfucker that was in the area.
That's his favorite part of the game. He likes to camp monsters. He likes to like hunt treasures and stuff like that.
Yeah, he literally was playing a treasure hunter in that game.
He's a treasure hunter.
He was the Emperor's hairpin.
He's doing that now, Lewis.
Are you serious? This man would farm the shit out of that item.
I think like the highest level person now in the game is.
He was setting the prices to those hairpins he got so much.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Samuels had a monopoly.
He had a monopoly. Yeah. Nobody else. Yeah.
He was like one of the wealthiest people in the game. Like literally, like this dude had like more than 30 million gil.
Hey, you remember Dork Mage?
I think so.
Actually, no. I think he.
Oh no, that was in your server, probably, right?
It was in my server. He was one of the best crafters, but he ended up getting banned. He ended up getting banned because he got into Sky with he didn't hack or anything. He got into Sky with like just like a regular glitch, not really a glitch, like a loophole in the game. He got like a level 1 character into Sky. So you remember that red mage? It was a red mage. You know that red mage spell Tractor, where it pulls the body. It pulls the body to the group.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
so he had he had 2 computers. He had 2 accounts. So on one account he had his level 1 character, and he had the character at the edge of like Sky, that barrier for Sky.
Uh-huh.
On the other account was his normal account. He would for the level 1 account he would do this. He would take a poison to like get his character killed. And then he'd go to the other computer with his other account, he'd cast Tractor on the dead body and bring the level 1 into Sky with him.
Oh, nice.
But the fucking mods found out about it and banned him. I was like, what?
Well, both accounts got banned? Even his main account?
Yeah, both accounts got banned.
But wow, that's nothing. That's actually very clever. It's not really.
Maybe those mods must have been looking at their computer code like, wait, what the fuck? There's a level 1 in Sky? There must have been an alert system or something. I don't know how they found out, but I think bragging about it didn't help either.
I remember like before getting to Sky, somebody had a level 1 character there. I'm like, how the hell this guy got this?
They tracked him in there. They tracked their body in there.
But this person was ingenious though, because they had him like a store. Remember the people who like leave their character overnight, like outside
for the shop. Yeah, the shop.
So this guy like had this shop set up over there before you go to Sky. A whole bunch of prism, silent potions, all that stuff.
Right.
So that guy was probably banking there, selling freaking potions.
Oh shit.
People be like, oh, see, imagine if someone like that was like in the middle of the jungle when you're in Watson at. Hey, y'all would have been buying those things. and you can mark it up, even if it's 5,000. Man, I don't want to lose my XP.
That's true. If you set up,
5,000.
If you had set up shop in like the middle of a wilderness where people travel, like kind of like a traveling merchant, but
you're like a traveling merchant.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. That would have been dope. But
and you could charge 3 times the amount just for the inconvenience that you happen to be all the way out there. So mark up the price is good.
Shit. Anyway.
Man, it was a nice talk, guys.
All right.
Till next time.
This is crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna try this.
Enjoy.
Try the legacy one.
I need a report. I need a report.
Hey, you'll have fun. You'll have fun, Antonio. Darren and Samuels will help you out in that game.
Is he still called Alistair in there?
No, he came up with this ridiculous name, Saba the Galka. That's his name, Saba the Galka. Like, what the hell is that?
I'll always know him as Alistair.
Yeah, he was Alistair, a Hume. Now he's Galka. Galka, he said he's gonna play monk, but he really wants to play samurai. But he's gonna level up monk and samurai. But he's been playing that game.
He's gonna level, those were his jobs.
But I'll see. If it works, I don't know, Louis. I might just go in there. Not that even if I go in there, it's not that I'm gonna like play
Legacy FF11.
Just to, Horizon 11. They have a what do they call it?
I mean, it's such an old game. I'm pretty sure my laptop could handle it.
Go to the Discord. go to the Discord. Like they have their own chat there. Like any updates, whatever.
Right.
Yeah, but it's not. it looks just like the game, like how it came out, like way back
Oh
then.
yeah, well, of course.
But they don't have certain things. You know, like before you had like friend lists.
Yeah.
Because it's not on playing online. Since it's a private server, you don't have a friend list.
Oh, got it. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have like the play online stuff. Yeah.
Huh.
But at least it's moderated. So like if people try to pull shenanigans with the guild selling and bump up the price with the auction house,
Right.
that ain't happening. Yeah, that's like literally almost like nothing in auction house, just like cheap stuff.
Huh.
So hopefully it stays like that. That's how like the game was intended to be.
Right.
You know, it is like how it came out in Japan, like back in the days that we missed out on because it was in Japan out for like a year.
Yeah.
Those Japanese already had a head start before we started playing.
Oh yeah, they had like a year head start. I think when the expansion came out, that was when they made they brought it out in America.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Louis, if you play it, man, I'll play it too. That way you'll have a better experience. Shoot.
I'm curious. I might check it out. Join up with Antonio and show him all the bullshit. You're like, all right, Antonio, I need you to do this. Let's go do this.
Oh, y'all are talking about.
Are you ready to spend Are you ready to spend 6 hours on this, Antonio? Let's go.
That game was game breaking. That game was game breaking.
I've at this point put in 1,200 hours of the fucking Final Fantasy 14. I think I can do it.
Yeah. It's fun. I kind of want to play that game again. I ain't gonna front. I just wish they had it on PlayStation.
I wouldn't mind the challenge if like everything wasn't so fucking slow. Like if it was faster to get places, if it was faster to get like your XP back, or like, or then not even. They should have just taken away the fucking de-leveling bullshit. Like that was dumb.
I don't know if they have the level or not. It's possible that certain things.
I mean, if they're gonna do Legacy, they need to keep the D-level in there. That was like
Legacy. The only
half the fucking stress was making sure you didn't die.
The only expansion the game has out right now is just Rise of the Sinner and Chain of Prometheus that came out like around,
Shit, those are the two. Yeah, those are the two that I was playing before I played.
All the other ones, they're gonna release all the other ones, but in due time. It might be like a year from now.
Well, yeah, they are
gonna release all the other expansions.
They need to perfect. Obviously the ones that they set up now before they add more.
Yes, and they do have to do maintenance here and there as well, just to make sure that's right. But at least they have like people actively like working on those servers as well. So like if there's any like errors, whatever they do, they do server maintenance. And the game is free. You don't have to pay. It's free.
Oh, I figured it would be because I was like, I ain't paying a subscription for this shit
Right.
again.
It was like $6. It's free. Yeah, I think back in the days it was like $10 a month for the game.
What?
I'm trying to remember. Was it 10? No, it was 13.
$13.
I think it was like $13 a month. Yeah.
Yeah, they were banking. I give them that. But they were managing. That game was very popular. They had so many servers, so many people playing in each server.
Oh well, hell yeah! I mean,
and there was always patches and all that, so you could tell that your money was.
But really I'll tell you what, though, every other MMO after that was learning their lessons. They're like, all right, let's not do this. Let's World of Warcraft shit.
Lewis, but if you look at the Discord, a lot of people, in that server, a lot of people are playing it those, and you know that most of these people.
Well, yeah, you got your loyalists.
The people that are playing are people who played it back then.
I bet you my fucking brother's on that shit. I bet you.
Maybe.
Louis is about to install it tonight. Watch. He's about to install it tonight.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Remember,
I mean, if I did it, it'd be out of nostalgia. But I also got PTSD from that shit, so I don't. I don't know, man. I might play it for about 5 minutes before I feel like wanting to throw my laptop across the room. I don't know. I've broken 3 keyboards because of that game, so.
Wow.
All the more reason to play 14. Like, I don't understand.
I love 14.
It's only gotten better.
I just don't have a fucking laptop that can handle it anymore. I mean, when it first came out, my laptop.
It has gotten a little bit more demanding.
Yeah.
You guys play with Final Fantasy 14? You guys play with keyboard and mouse or whatever?
Yeah, I play with keyboard and mouse.
Yeah.
You can play it with controller though.
I'm too antiquated because I'm used to like when I play games. I don't play that many games, but when I do, I'm used to game console controllers. So
Yeah, you can play it with a controller. It's just
Yeah, you can do it on the controller.
I don't know how
okay.
easy it is, but
Yeah, the only game that I'm used to playing with computer is like the
Rick,
Diablo.
Rick would play FF14. He played it on the controller with
those motherfuckers are built different, man.
I don't know how he does it either. Because I'm watching. I'm like, man, I don't think I could ever play this MMO on a fucking controller.
There's
I
so many buttons.
I need the keyboards. Right. Right.
You
That's what I'm
gotta,
saying. I'm like, there's so much shit you got to get to instantly. Especially in
uh-huh.
some of those fights,
You
and you
have
can
like a
only
2
really, you
for
know,
half the shit and make
yeah,
sure you
yeah,
got
you know,
the
when you're playing on the fucking with the damn controller, you got to push this, that real quick.
Yeah, I'm used to that. I'm used to that whole
Really?
R1 this and that. Yeah, yeah.
I need to.
Elden,
I need to reach. I need my finger
Ring,
to. I need my finger to move instantly and hit one button, and I'm
Louis,
good. Like,
Elden Ring is like that too. I got Elden Ring for PlayStation, and
I need my
like
macros.
you gotta hold this and this to be able to access.
Oh man,
It's like
I need my macros. Remember the macros?
I don't know how they do it. It's ingenious how they design these games to be able to use the controllers. Oh, press 1 to be able to hold this belt from the right side, and then items that I have in this belt, and I can still equip 3
Oh, you're
weapons.
talking about Elden Ring?
Yeah, Elden Ring. That game is fun. I actually
Is
enjoy it.
that you that's playing Elden Ring every time I see Talandros?
Yeah, that's me playing. Yeah.
Oh shit! I know you was on Elden Ring. I thought that was
Yeah,
your. I
yeah.
thought that was your son. I'm like, but it's his
No,
son.
that's me. That's me. I haven't played forever, but I've been playing that game.
Well, I'm
And
sure
guess what?
Lewis has his own account though.
Yeah, he has his own account. Yeah,
Yeah.
he has his own account. And guess what my character name is, Lewis, in Elden Ring?
Hold
Darius.
on. I was gonna.
God damn it.
I was gonna guess, man. I was going through my head.
Yeah, freaking
I
playing
almost
Darius.
said Talandros, but then I was like, no, it's got to be.
Guess what?
He probably picked
Yo,
the war.
you
He
know,
probably
Samuel,
picked the two-handed
a few weeks
fucking.
ago, Samuel's helped me clear a castle, right? And like he came with his character. I'm like, oh shit, Mograine. His character name is Mograine.
A grain? What?
Mograine, and I'm like, oh shit, if I would have known, I should have named my
Named him
character Johan.
Johan, yeah.
Yeah, Johan and Mograine. And he's like a
Shit.
paladin type character as well. And he's like, no, Louis, like a lot of games
I need
lately, I've been playing like a lot of paladins.
I need to play Elden Ring. I didn't know you was on that shit.
Yeah, that
I
game is
played it
fun.
for a little while, but then like I stopped. I need to jump back on it now.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, if you want me to help you in any like stages or whatever, go. I got you.
All right, cool.
It's fun. I enjoyed it. At first, it was like it's like wow, this game is freaking hard. I was getting killed left and right, but then I think I got a lot better now.
I
And
mean,
I'll
yeah. I
play.
mean, you can always go. I mean, this you can try and be a hard ass and try to beat the enemy the way you are, or you can go out and get better equipment. I mean, the first boss in that game, the fucking dude on the horse.
Yo, fuck that guy.
Yo. Now, here's what I was thinking. I was like, I could come back for him later, but I was like, fuck that. I'm gonna challenge myself.
Oh no, you're not supposed to fight that guy.
I'm a
He's
fuck.
much later.
Well, you know what? I beat him right at the beginning.
What?
I fucking.
The Golden Knight
Yes,
guy?
I did. Let me show you the fucking.
Wow.
I streamed the whole goddamn thing.
That's impressive.
I streamed that motherfucker.
He's not meant to be fought like right out of the bat. What class you started out with? Did you start out?
Was it shit?
You must have been a melee class. There's no way.
No. I was Fuck. What are the different?
They had the vagabond, the prisoner, the.
It wasn't Vagabond. Was there one called Inquisitor? I think I was Inquisitor.
Yeah.
I chose Inquisitor.
It's close to Inquisitor. I think that's the class that this guy chose. Samuels. Isn't that what I call it? Confessor. The Confessor. That's like the paladin type. The Confessor.
The Confessor.
Yes.
That might have been the one I picked then.
They got faith and also like strength and stuff like
Here
that.
it is. Here's the fucking. This was a 10-minute match. Well, the thing is that I was trying to prove prove Leon wrong. I was like, I could do this with just the way. I mean, and then I saved it and I showed it to him. He was like, "Holy shit, Dad, you did do it." I was like, "Say, where's get the link?" All right, there's the link. No, fuck, what the hell? I copied the link. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm gonna watch.
How do you record videos on the PlayStation?
You got to set up a I mean, you can set up if you have a YouTube, if you have a YouTube or a Twitch account, you can link your PlayStation to it.
Oh, but I don't want to be streaming. I don't like to stream. I just want like something personal, like for me to have. Is there a way to do that?
Yeah. The PlayStation can record video, and then you can. I mean, it's gonna record it on your console. So if you want to store it,
I don't mind. Oh, the console. From there, I cannot move it to like
you
my
could.
phone.
Yeah. You then from there you can move it to like maybe like a private YouTube
Because it's like
channel
some
or.
good epic battles that I had. Bosses, and the thing is that once you defeat a boss, that's it. They're gone. You can't fight those bosses
There
again.
it is, Pacharo.
Oh, okay. Because there's a lot. There's a lot of boss fights that I have that I'm like, man, this shit is so epic.
I mean, because you got that one guy that wears just a pot on his fucking head, and he's beating what's her name, Muriel, whatever the fuck her name is.
I heard about him.
And he's
Let me
helping.
solo her.
Yeah. Let me solo her.
Yeah, he's got
Let me
like.
solo her. And I'm sitting here like, I could beat this. If he could do that, I could beat this first boss right at the beginning, just the way I am.
Yeah, that's the confessor, I think. Yeah, I started out as the vagabond. That's the knight.
Yep.
And but it doesn't matter what class you start out with, because your stats you can adjust them however you want as you level up, and then you can even retrain your character. Like there's items that you can get.
I memorized this motherfucker's patterns to a T.
Yeah.
Took me 2 hours.
Yeah. I noticed that in this, I chose to go with like a straight like melee build. That's how you know how to play the game, because you have to like learn the patterns, dash, whatever. As I've seen some of the magic builds, you know that I normally like playing mages, but it's like, nah, man. Playing a mage is like easy mode. And you can just be from afar, just like pump up intelligence, just one shot. That's pretty good, Louis. This isn't the PC that you're playing?
No, this is PlayStation 4.
Okay,
I have a 5 now, but this was on the 4.
Also, you know what I mean with the PlayStation 4? I mean, because you can use. Oh, you don't got the horse yet, do you? Because you're like in the beginning of the game.
Nope, it was right at the beginning.
Okay. Yeah, once you set up the controllers on the right, I usually put the little whistle for the thing for the horse on the right side.
Look at that dude hit me once. I was like, oh.
I know, like almost 50% of your HP. Louis, you're crazy, man. You're not supposed to be fighting. But that's nice, though, that you feel.
I had a feeling. I was like, am I supposed to fight him at the beginning, or am I supposed to come back later? I'm like, nah, I'm fucking him up now. Fuck this.
And that weapon that he dropped, that's a good weapon. People use that shit in game as well, high level. Like if you want to, like, you can make that weapon your main weapon right now. And be OP.
I knew all his phases too. I was like, all right, I know what phase he's on now. I had to change my whole fucking strategy up.
Man, that dude hit you once.
Yeah, you see all that? I was like, holy fuck. I was trying my best not to get hit. I know.
I don't know how you beat this guy. Let me see.
Well, you're seeing it now.
He's 75% of his HP left. You only got like one potion. Oh, nice dodge. See, now I can do all those because I've been playing. I'm like level.
I almost got hit there. I was like, oh shit.
But Louis, this game is not like. It's so sad that I'm trying to do all the side quests as well. Every side quest you do, not trying to spoil, but I heard that Dark Souls type games always like a bad ending happens. Always freaking NPCs.
For real.
Something tragic always happens. Like there's like no happy ending with none of the side quests. It's almost like Ravenloft in a way.
His last phase of attacks was actually it was actually easier to deal with than like the other 2 phases. This one with the shield. Yeah. Chop this motherfucker, chop the whole tree down. Oh my god, that scared me, and I'm like, I'm not even playing. I can't believe I dodged that one. Oh, I got hit. Oh no, I got hit. I thought I got hit.
You were in the zone. You
I
know,
was. I thought that shit landed right on me.
Fortunately, you have that huge open space solo. Imagine if you aggro other like creatures and stuff.
Oh my god, right? Luckily, he was the only motherfucker there.
Yeah.
I'm surprised I dodged that. I almost was going for another attack, and I was like, wait.
Wait, yeah.
Sometimes I get a little bit too aggressive, and I'm like, oh shit, I have to pull myself back.
You know why I like
He's
this game?
he's halfway dead now.
This game is a lot like the mechanics are like D&D. You know, polearms, more reach, swords.
Oh hell yeah.
Like right now, I have Darius. He uses a great sword that's made, but I also have a freaking polearm too. I rarely use a polearm, but in PvP though, polearms are pretty good. Wow, that was a little brave there. You did like a 3-hit combo after 40% HP.
Right.
I'm like, man, if you try to go with that, if you got greedy, try to do that 4-hit combo.
Man, I started getting more nervous the closer he was to dying. I was like, don't fuck up now.
Yo, imagine you die when he's like literally at 1% HP.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, this game, you know what happens in this game? It has happened to me when I'm fighting bosses. You could have a draw, like you kill him and you die too. But it counts
really?
Like, yeah, but it counts as if you beat him though. You'll get the drop.
Oh, that's cool.
That has happened to me. I just don't like the fact that you can fight big bosses in it.
I got hit by that shield. Then I had to try. Yeah, I took a potion. Still not enough life. Because I think if I got hit one more time with that much life, I would have been dead.
That golden armor looks godlike. Oh. Got hit.
Yeah, I started getting nervous here. I was like, fuck.
Oh, you don't got no potions left.
No, I used the healing spell that I had.
Oh.
And I wanted to heal again, but he just wasn't giving me enough space. Because I wanted to fill myself up. I had enough magic to do it.
So close.
Oh, I did heal.
Yeah. I'm at the,
And then he hit me. Then he hit me.
I'm at the 7-minute mark almost right now.
One hit. I was down to one hit left from me. I'm like, God damn it. No, I was so pissed. I was like, he gets me once, it's over. And he's low too right now.
Uh-huh. What the hell? You got like 5% HP, it looks like. Dude, that is some extreme focus, man. I'll give you that. You're both like at your last second win.
I was like, come on, I can get this. He's so low.
You're literally like you look like 5% HP. One hit, you're dead. Oh wow.
One hit. I thought about that third attack. But I was like, nope, let me just be patient.
Yeah, oh wow.
That was close.
That was close. Because he almost got you with the reach.
I just had to hit him once. He was, yeah, come on. And I had him here. He's done.
There you go. There you got him, yeah. That is crazy.
It took me 2 hours of studying that fucking getting his shit right, and learning
I bet after that battle,
learning the fucking hitbox and how to dodge that shit.
I bet after that battle, the rest of the map there, it's like, whoa, this is easy. If you were able to beat that, everything else here in Lingrave is freaking easy. Because you're not even supposed to fight that boss yet.
I didn't know that. I thought I fought the shit that you and because I didn't, you know, the game doesn't have like instructions or like it's not linear at all. So I'm like, all right, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm like, am I supposed to kill this guy now or what?
That's what I like about the game. It's open world. Like you know, like, wait a second, shit here is like way too hard. I'll come back later. I would just put markers like, oh.
I mean, there was a story to follow, but like, yeah, there was just parts. It was like you weren't supposed to do yet.
I had to get guides online too, because sometimes like, what the fuck, what am I supposed to do next?
Oh yeah, it didn't have any like the game didn't fucking have it didn't have like an instruction, like it didn't tell you what did what.
It's not a linear storyline. It's just like, okay, you need to do this. I'm like, all right.
The stuff with the stats I had to look up. I'm like, so what stat does what? I'm like, okay. I gotta look all this shit up. I was like, what the fuck?
What's so good about the game is though that you can make like your character, you can customize it with like whatever way you want.
Oh hell yeah,
like,
yeah.
It's like so many different ways. You can have an intelligence build, intelligence / strength, like so many different ways.
But anyway, all right.
All right, Lou.
I'll catch y'all later.
Good night, Antonio.
Later, guys.
Have fun with that. Peace.